How are we today? It's a good Sunday to talk about money. First of February. I'm happy to see so many new faces and faces that we don't normally see at Brentwood. Today is a very, very, very special Sunday. Our conversations will hinder around wealth creation, life skills, and facilitation of all of that. So we have a theme, and the theme that we're going to be working with today is follow me closely here. The theme we're going to be working with today is making the most of your skills and talents. What's the theme? Making the most of our skills and talents. So we're going to work with that, and the conversations today will hinder around that. We'll learn from people that have made the most from their skills. We'll learn from people that have made the most from life and what life has handed to them. And to get us started, I'm just going to ask Mr. Harrison Gonde to just start us and lead us in the first part, which is just opening us and giving us the opening remarks and getting us started. A round of applause for him. We can do a round of applause today, right?
Good morning. Good morning. I should say church, eh? Since we are in church. Okay. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Are we that cold? Should we switch off the air cons? Okay. We want to thank you for turning up. The numbers are very encouraging. Looking at that, we are just starting. And I think as early as 8:30, people had already started trekking in. Allow me to first of all start by saying welcome to our brothers and sisters who have joined us from other congregations. I can see a good number of people. Brentwoodians, if you are following us online, the church is being taken over by outsiders. Okay? We also want to welcome those who are following us online. I think we're on YouTube and Facebook handle for Brentwood. So also, the people who are supposed to have joined us earlier, the church pastor was supposed to have graced the occasion in giving the opening remarks. He's had some conflicting programs. There's a funeral that is taking place for the church. There's also some higher organization meeting that is taking place. But the moment he has an opportunity to come through, he will come and address the audience just to speak to what is taking place and appreciate your attendance. Our support elder, Elder Christmas people, he will join us later on. But otherwise, okay, he's here. Catch your breath. Okay, yeah. Otherwise, we want to thank you very much for having joined us for today's program. The whole idea is that the church at Brentwood Drive, we have a strategic plan. Okay, we normally have what we call 5-year or quinquennium kind of strategic plans. Okay, 5-year plans where we get to set out. We ask people questions. We have town hall meetings. We ask people what their needs are, and they get to tell us. So one of the things that we gleaned from the interactions that we had with the members was that members want to be empowered with skills on how they can improve their wealth creation and also how they can just harness the skills that they have. And so as stewardship, this has been put under our ambit and it goes in line with godly principles. If you read about the parable of the talents, okay, each one of us are given different kind of talents. Okay, others are given 1, others are given 2, others are given 5. Okay, and it is God's expectation that whatever your hand finds to do, you do it with all your might. And it is God's desire that we should prosper in the land that He has given unto us. It's not a sin to have money. When you move around, most of the churches that we find which are incomplete, unfortunately, they are Seventh-day Adventist church. If you want to easily find an SDA church without asking, just look for an incomplete structure. Am I lying? Exactly. So what we are trying to encourage is that, look, when we talk about tithes and offerings, we tell people to give out of their what? Increase. Huh? That's what the Bible tells us, to say, you shall give out of your increase. Okay? So now, you cannot be expecting people to give if they have not increased. Doesn't it make sense? Okay? Uh-huh. So what we are trying to encourage in these workshops and seminars is that people, in addition to what they have already at their disposal, in addition to you giving a tithe and offering, we're saying to say, you need to account now for the rest of the money that you are remaining with. What you've remained with, how are you applying it? So this is why now you get to hear us talk about different entrepreneurial skills and or opportunities and other things that will help you to manage those finances properly. And this is the reason why we have come to this occasion. And so with that said, I want you to feel welcome. For those who are visitors, we have bathrooms down here. There's one for gents, one for ladies. Then also there's a main one for ladies this side. There's also a main one for the gents this side. Okay? So you may feel welcome, and we declare the meeting open. For starters, I'll invite my brother to come and lead. We had a prayer earlier. Okay, so I think in the interest of time, because I can see we're already past the starting time, we can roll with a program. So my brother will invite the next speaker. Thank you.
Just to reiterate what you said, you're all welcome to Brentwood Adventist SDA Church. So, to begin the session today, how many of us know of the lady that we're starting with? Her name is Victoria Chewe Mwanza. How many of us know of her? A hand? A hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only? Only? Well, you're in for something. So here's a few things that we'll like to highlight before she even comes up, right? Number one that stands out when I received this bio was she is the 2025 recipient of the Presidential Award for Entrepreneurship and the Youth Manufacturer of the Year 2025, awarded by the Zambia Association of Manufacturers. A round of applause for her, just to begin there. So, Victoria Chewe Mwanza is a multi-award winning Zambian. Allow me to read. She's a multi-award winning Zambian. She is the 2025 recipient, as I have mentioned. She's the 2025 recipient of the Presidential Award for Entrepreneurship and the Youth Manufacturer of the Year 2025, awarded by the Zambia Association of Manufacturers. She has also received the WAC, the Wake Vision of Impact Award, and the Kaizen Award for Operational Excellence. Additionally, she was selected among the top 10 entrepreneurs in Lusaka under the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise, Development, and the Japan International Corporation, JICA, Joint Empowerment Program. So besides just that greatness, which sounds already good, right? Right? So besides that, which is beyond business, Victoria is also a certified medical missionary, a mentor, a devoted wife, and a mother committed to building enterprises that create lasting impact in Zambia and beyond. A round of applause for her. What do we say to welcome her? Please, I'll hand over the floor to Victoria now.
Thank you so much for that powerful introduction. Shall we pray? Gracious and mighty Jesus, who dwells in the most high place, Jehovah God in heaven, we come before you full of nothing, full of sins, dear Lord. Heavenly Master, we want to pray that your Holy Spirit may be with us today as we discuss important things that may help one or two people out there. I pray, dear Lord in heaven, that you may lead me as I speak to your people, that may your Holy Spirit come from above and be in me and also be in the people that are listening, dear God in heaven. It is through your Son, Jesus Christ, that I pray with full of thanksgiving in my heart. Amen. Okay. As introduced earlier, my name's Victoria Chiromwanza. Yeah, I think behind all those nice things that he said, of course, there is a background to it. Okay. So as I begin, I'm going to ask you a question that I want you to remain with it, or we can answer later on. What is it that God has given you in your hands and you're overlooking it? Okay? What is that one thing that God has given you in your hands and you're overlooking it? I'm going to take you back to 2017. 2017, I got excluded from the University of Zambia. I was doing microbiology. I was in second year. And there I was, excluded. Huh? What are people going to say? When you get excluded from school, one, you're excluded from school. If you are at the University of Zambia, you lose your 100% sponsorship. That was me. And I got excluded not because I was down or because I didn't concentrate. I put in my work. I was a good girl. In high school, I was actually the head girl. And here I am, excluded from school. What are people going to say? You know? But then, one thing that I'll never forget, the favor that my church, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, has done for me is to ground me in God. And despite me being excluded from from school, sorry, at that point you feel you have lost your identity. Because what are people going to call me in society now? I have lost my identity. Where am I going to go? You know, what is going to become of me? Am I going to go to the village? Or what's next now? So I'll take you back to the verse. So I have a couple of verses that I want you to note down. We're going to look at Proverbs 18, verse 16. Someone to stay on that verse. The next verse that we're going to look at is Jeremiah 29, verse 11. I have 5 verses for you. The other verse is Philippians 4, verse 13. And the other verse is Matthew 7, verse 7. And the last verse is Philippians 4, verse 8. Okay. Anyone who has opened the verse that says, "For I know the things I have for you, for I know the plans I have for you"? Anybody in the audience? I want us to really interact so that we don't lose track. For I know the plans I have for you. Anyone who has opened it? Did I say it? Jeremiah, right? Anyone who has opened Jeremiah 29, verse 11? Okay. So despite all that, of course, it was a very, when I got excluded, it was a very bad time, before you actually say that news to your relatives, to your parents, what goes through your mind. I know there are people in here, some may have failed grade 7 results, their grade 7 exams. Some have failed their grade 12. Some maybe even have failed university like me. Or you might have failed in other things, relationships, work. You got dropped out, kicked from work. And now you're there, you're telling yourself, "Oh, I'm a loser. I have failed at this." But then we go back to Jeremiah 29, verse 11. What does Jeremiah 29, verse 11 say? Maybe we can all say it together. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. That verse in itself tells us who we are. The path to that is our destiny is already there. God says, my plans for you are plans to prosper you, you know. So that shows that your destiny is already set. Plans to prosper you. So anyways, so what happened to me when I dropped out of school, one time I was moving through town city market, for instance, I was just window shopping. And then I saw there were stands, empty stands there. And I told myself, these stands are empty. I think that was the time after City Market burned down and people evacuated, and most of the stands were empty, but some were filled, people were selling. And I asked around the people who were selling there, I'm like, these stands, how much are they? And they told me the price. And I'm like, but you know, I'm just young, I'm a small girl. How am I going to be managing this rent? But then I took a leap of faith. I told myself, I looked around and I saw the things they were selling. And I'm like, but these guys are selling useless stuff, you know. Some of these things don't even make sense, but they are managing to pay the rent. And so I took a leap of faith. I told myself, you know what, if they can manage, then I will manage as well. So that's how I started selling secondhand jeans. My husband then was my boyfriend. He sponsored that. And that's how I started selling jeans. And what I was doing to the jeans, I was adding value to those jeans. I was redesigning them, making them more modern. And there were a lot of tailors there in the market. Some people, of course, would laugh at me like, oh, look, now she's at the market, you know. She's with the caponias and all that not. But my husband, then boyfriend, was very supportive, and he told me, you know what? In that place where you are, you must learn something. God has put you there for a reason. Even though at first he was also skeptical, but he just supported me because, you know, I insisted I needed to do something while I wait to return to school after 1 year. And so I observed the tailors there as they were tailoring and whatnot, because I would pay them money all the time to alter the jeans for me. I would pay them money, but then every time I look at them do the work, I'm like, I think this is easy. I think I can do it. Anyway, a bit of time passed, and then I remembered, oh, my grandma has a sewing machine. This beauty over here, I got it from my grandma. I keep it, I don't sell it. You know, I actually don't use it anymore, but I still have it. I got this machine from my grandma, and I told myself, I think I could try and sew and cut on cost. So I got this sewing machine, and I would try. It was a hand machine, and you would have to, like, you know, use your hand. Nothing very fancy. And then thereafter, I got back into school. Got back into school in 2019. I think towards October, November, that's when, at UNZA, that's when you go back to school. But this time around, when I went into school, I didn't have bursary because I had lost my bursary then. So I got back into school and I told myself, this time around, it's school, school, school. I'm going to focus and I'm going to pass, you know. And then COVID-19 came. COVID-19 came and a lot of places were shut down. My mom's business was one of the businesses which was shut down because she was in Botswana. And in Botswana, they take rules very strict, you know. Anyway, they were just doing it for the health of the people. So everything was on lockdown. And now we have no money to pay for school fees. I'm back in school, but we have no money to pay for school fees. Okay? So I dropped, we had that closure, everybody closed. I think that was, we closed down, and in 2020, I was just home. I lost my business because we had closed due to COVID-19. My mom says she was not going to manage to pay for my school fees because businesses had closed. And here I am, back again, at home, doing nothing. And I started having a mini depression to some extent. Then I went back. I said, you know, I think I need to talk to God. Probably there's something that God is trying to tell me here. And I think someone who has the verse, ask and it shall be given to you, knock I don't know if Matthews? Yes, can somebody say it, please? Can somebody read Matthew? Okay, Matthew 7, verse 7. Let's read it together. Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. So during that moment, I had no idea what I was going to do. I went into a 2 weeks prayer and fasting. Okay? I prayed for 1 week. The idea was to pray for 1 week. But then I remembered there's a verse, I just didn't put it. I should have put it. To say you should pray until, actually it was a preacher who said you should pray until you see change. And also you should pray without what? Without ceasing. And so I had prayed for 2 weeks. I spoke to God and I wanted him to give me direction. And it was at that moment when he told me, what is it that you have in your hands? You know, what is it that I have given to you? What do you have as Victoria? Is it a 5 kwacha? Is it a 10 kwacha? What do you have, Brentwood? What is it that is in your hands? And I remembered, oh, I had my grandmother's sewing machine, you know? And so, but then in that moment, it wasn't exciting. Yes, I had the machine, but then it wasn't as exciting, you know? It was, okay, I have the sewing machine, then what? Yeah? Then what? So I'm going to ask, how many volunteers? 1, 2, 3, 4 people to come in front and help me. Just 4 people, random people. You're just holding papers. Nothing much. I just want us to remember this demonstration. Yeah. Don't review them. Let them hold them. Yeah. Not yet. You can give them. They can see the papers. It's fine. Okay, so I want you to come and stand here, just behind the sewing machine. Okay. So as I prayed to God, I had the sewing machine. Okay. One more person. Okay, please stand. Be the first one. Oh no, you be the first. Sorry, let her be the first, and then you're going to be. Then, yeah, you can be here. And let's see. Okay, perfect. Okay, so here I have this machine. And so as I was praying, God told me, "This is what I have." Same to you, Brentwood. What you are seeing is a sewing machine. At that point, I think this machine was bought a long time ago by my uncle for my grandma. Very cheap. It should have been bought at 1,500 then. It's more expensive now. Yeah. And so this is all that you are seeing. You are in this moment. You have that talent. Do you know that speaking in church is a talent? I realized that speaking in church is a talent when I had to pitch my business. You know, and I remember the skills that we used to learn in Pathfinder. Those really help. So if you are sitting back, you should start speaking more in front. And so I'm here, and I look at this machine. This is all I see. But do you know what God is seeing here? God is saying, Victoria, I have given you the sewing machine. I didn't know how to sew. By the way, I've never been to school for sewing. It's just something that was taught to me by the Holy Spirit, we can say so. But it was self-taught. So God is seeing this sewing machine. I am seeing this sewing machine, and what God is saying is, this sewing machine I am giving you. Maybe I'm even complaining, you know, but my friends are going to get degrees. My friends are going to graduate. But my friends this. But then me, a sewing machine, I'll just be like, maybe an odd, and some people will tell me, Mufana, machine, you know what I mean? But then what they were not seeing is, in the first year of you using this sewing machine, Victoria, you're going to make face masks with 150,000 kwacha. Okay? That's what God was saying. I was seeing a sewing machine, God was saying, you're going to have gigs. And by the way, when I was praying, when I started using this machine, I prayed to God. I said, I just want a 5,000 kwacha or 10 pin so that niambemo kantembakanga kaja. I start again, with the jeans. But that was not God's plan. And even up to today, when I see how I so much wanted to be in school, I was a good girl. I did my part. I studied, but God said, this is not your path, So what we get here is sometimes change can be very painful. You have to be very careful with your prayers. I always prayed that I want to be somebody big. And I'm sure God was saying, for you to be someone big, you shouldn't go the university way. You have to go another way, And so I was seeing this sewing machine. God was saying, in your second year of working, you will have gigs. Gigs as big as, for me, that was big, really. These gigs are very big for me. Looking at where I come from, you're going to have gigs. You have tenders with 250,000 kwacha, to make work suits. I was just in a small sewing machine. I didn't know what it was coming with. And that was not enough. And even when I did this face mask, it was just the Holy Spirit. I was working day and night, alone mostly. I made over about 5,000 face masks. I did it alone with this machine. Actually, there's another small one my husband had to buy for me when he saw how committed I was, And the Holy Spirit is just there waking me up. When I made 150, I remember by March I had like 50,000 in my account, and I'm like, wow, I never asked for this, And yeah, I thought that was enough. Then the 250,000 tender hit me. I didn't even have the money to fund that tender, but God anyway found a way. We delivered in 1 month and paid back the loan that we got with interest. God found a way. Really, where was I going to get that money from? So that was not enough. And God says, presidential award. This award came with a grant. Not a loan, a grant. 350,000 kwacha. I am literally a living miracle. I am a living miracle. And when I was coming here, I was saying, you know what? I'm going to be very open with you. I'm going to tell you these things. I'm telling you these things because, my duty is to save souls. The biggest thing about entrepreneurship, whatever we're doing, making money, is so that we can do the work of God smoothly. And for me, this is my work. To show you my life, my path, so that it can be a testimony to someone out there who wants to give up on themselves. Someone who has failed and they think, kwasila. I have seen so many people, my time at UNZA, every time results were out, somebody killed themselves. I could have killed myself at that point because all I was saying is this, I'm on Xload. It's unfortunate my network was bad. I wanted to show you my actual paper, when it was excluded from school. That's the worst thing you'll ever see in university. Excluded from school. So that was not enough. We went on to win awards. You can just show it to the people. We went on to win awards. This is the WIAC Vision to Impact Award. And that was not all. There is the Youth Manufacturer of the Year. Very amazing experience I had there. Youth Manufacturer of the Year award. There's one more award which I didn't add, which was the Kaizen Award for manufacturing. And also, the Ministry of Small Medium Enterprise. Thank you so much. May we clap for them? I wanted to illustrate that. Yes, so this is what God can do. You feel that marriage has failed. You feel you have lost that job. You have been excluded from school. You've been excluded from school because God doesn't want you to take the path of employment. God is saying you're going to employ people. You have to employ a lot of people. But to do that, you need to be trained the hard way because people are difficult to manage. You know, every obstacle that we go through trains us for something bigger. And nowadays, one of my biggest challenges has been managing people, employees. And it could stress me so much, you know. But then I learned to tell myself, God has a bigger picture for me. He wants me to handle bigger problems. If you want to become a president like Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, you have to go through big problems. I'm sure he has handled so many big problems. And so from today onwards, when you face an obstacle in your life, tell yourself, God is preparing me for something bigger. This is nothing. I know women who attest with me, we have a lot of challenges with maids. Yeah, am I lying? Yeah, maids can stress you. And so I tell myself, you know what? I tell myself I want to be a billionaire and a maid is making me upset like this. I tell myself, no, there's a better solution. You know, maids shouldn't stress you. So whatever obstacles that you're going through, don't stress. But now, back after that illustration, I wanted to show you that. So here we are, we have skills. Many people overlook skills. And yeah, a lot of people, even when I was getting into this, people were saying, look, people are in the market forever. You're just there in the market. I was looking at the bigger picture and telling myself, no, you guys, we all wear clothes every day. This is a big business. In America, what are billionaire businesses? You know. So now, with your little skills that you have, is it baking? Is it plumbing? Whatever, Yango and stuff, you need to strategically position yourself for you to move maybe in the stages in which I have moved. I knew we're not going to put education aside. I knew that I needed education. I needed to know how I'm going to manage people. And so I used whatever resources and opportunity was there for me. I remember the first entrepreneurship class I did was for DLN Entrepreneurship Institute. I had to pay for that. That was my first step to learn basic entrepreneurship skills because I wanted to grow. And so in as much as you're doing your skills, you should create time to grow yourself. And thereafter, I went to WIAC, the Women Entrepreneurship Access Center. It's with a Zambian woman and the US Embassy. I did that and it gave me, I learned so much from there. I learned how to manage business. I learned entrepreneurship and finance. And then I also did Digit with them, how to use digital skills. Some of these skills, you can actually learn them on your own, on YouTube. At least we are in an age where everything is on the internet. So you can do that, learn those skills from YouTube. But if you actually, so in as much as you're learning from YouTube, at least be in these associations, learn from people, because it's important to interact with people. YouTube may not give you certain things or certain connections. And then the breakthrough came when I was selected for the Ministry of Small Medium Enterprise and JICA, that's Japan International Corporation. You know, actually, as I'm telling you this, I have been doing this from my home. I use what I have. You know, I used to rent before, but then I told myself, Fish, I'm a mom, so I use what I have. I work from home. And so look at me. I've won these awards from my home. So you could be telling yourself to say, oh, but you know what I mean? Start from where you are. And all these awards, funny enough, they came starting in 2025. So I started my business during COVID-19 in 2020. That's when I registered in September and started operating in 2021. All these years I have been working in my room. There are quite a number of ladies who come to support my small business. They know where I work from. You know, alone there, buried, and I work so hard. I spend sleepless nights. And I feel like I'm not being seen. And so when all these awards come, and I tell myself, how? You know, how? But truly, yes, I have been working. strategically. And so when the Ministry of Small Medium Enterprise had put up that the thingy to say, no, they will be selecting 10 people, 30 people countrywide, and 10 people from Lusaka entrepreneurs. I'm like, oh, Mulima entrepreneurs, no. But then, you know what? I applied. And one thing that helped me to be successful with that application is the lessons I did prior. The We Are Can DLN Entrepreneurship Institute and the We Did It. Because you need to use your digital skills these days. Yeah, so that helped me. WeArc is free, by the way. It's free. So, and the other thing that you have to do that is very important to so I was strategically positioning myself. I'm trying to see how you can strategically position yourself for growth. That's what I'm trying to talk about, for growth as you are doing your small businesses. So when the Ministry of Small Medium Enterprise and JICA advertised, and I was so scared, but then I said, you know what? Actually, in 2025, I had put a post. I wish I could retrieve it. I should have retrieved it. I had put a post for myself. I told myself I'm going to be a good steward. Everything that I have learned, I'm going to implement. So 2025 for me was the year of implementation. And I thank God that I had results. All these awards and everything came in the year 2025 for me. So you should put up you should have a vision for yourself also. Tell yourself, okay, I've been learning. Now let me implement. And you will see results, because where there's a seed planted, God never outlooks that. Every seed that you plant, something is going to come out of that. So that program I did opened so many doors to me. Even when I was getting into it, I remember I was the other entrepreneurs are like millionaires, and I was in that room alone. And I think what that did to me, it changed the mindset. I learned so much. One thing that is going to frustrate you when you're doing your own business is that you are selling your own service. So you should strategically position yourself in that. In as much as you are selling your own service, okay, in as much as you are selling your own service, have a product that you can standardize. So for you to grow in these small businesses, these small skills, you should standardize your business. So have a product that you can standardize. For Vichy Legacy Clothing, we are working on women products and children's products that are standardizable. And also, you see, I do like corporate, I think you've seen like corporate works and whatnot here and there. Those will help you to scale up. So I think those are a few things that I can say for now due to like limited time. I have a lot that I was going to share with you. At this point in time, I think I will ask for a few questions. I might have messed up something. Oh, one other thing is register your businesses. Because if you want to grow and your business is not registered, you can't do business. Even institutions, big institutions, you feel, oh, I need to get a tender. You can't get a tender if your business is not registered. So you have to ensure that your business is registered. Any questions before I sit? Anything you'd like to know? Anybody? Yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Andrew Sumutinta. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm currently running Sumutinta Formal Apparel, where we sell suits, shirts, and shoes. So my question is, in the time that you were passing through that change, failing out of university and then coming into a space of uncertainty and everything, I should imagine that you doubted God. Okay,
Yeah.
I should imagine that you had so many questions, what's going on? Where did you find the resilience or the grace to trust God again? Because I would say I've almost found myself in a similar space where I was at a particular level in life, and then everything just disappeared. So now I'm asking myself if it was God's repositioning, or maybe it was my own doing. You know, I didn't work hard enough and I got to that space. So how do you then discern what God wants for you, and how do you work on the trust part? Because I found myself in a space where I stopped trusting God. I'm like, I did everything right, but still I'm in this position.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. It's like you are reading my presentation. Okay, so maybe should we take the Should I answer? Oh, okay. More questions. Okay. Any other question? Okay, as we wait for questions. So when I was as I was growing up, there are little miracles that we would pray for as kids. And for me, there are certain little miracles that I would pray for and they would happen. You know, maybe I pray for, I want to go to holiday. My mom was in Botswana, where it seems impossible. I say, I want to go to holiday this December. Because it was hard to go to Botswana for holiday. And those miracles would happen and we go for holiday. And even in school, I actually got excluded in the first year. But then I went and prayed to God. I prayed to God and I went and I spoke to those people. I cried in the dean's office and they put me on proceed and repeat. But then I failed the repeating courses again, which was math and physics. And yeah, I went. So, you know, for me, those were miracles and those are the things that hold me back. Say, okay, if God did it for me on the little things, I'm sure he will do it on the bigger thing as well. Yeah. Any other question? Okay. No questions? No questions. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. I think we wrap up our discussion like this. So to close, I will say thank you so much to Brentwood for recognizing me to come and share my story with you. And if you're going through any challenges in terms of, let's say, school exclusion from school and whatnot, and you need someone to talk to, I am the person that you can come and talk to. And remember, in as much as we are doing whatever we are doing, the sole purpose should be to serve God. And I'm going to read, I'm going to leave you with this verse. So, as you are looking at your skills, you may be asking yourself questions. What if what I'm doing, God is not happy? So I'm going to leave you with the verse, which is Philippians 4, verse 8. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. And so even when you're doing your works, remember to align yourself with God. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, sometimes God may not have your back. I think we have all these things, the achievements, the awards, are probably because I have aligned my work with God. In as much as it is a fashion and design and tailoring, I found myself in a space where I can work in a decent manner. Thank you so much. God bless you.
What do we say for her once again? No, that was not an amen moment. That was a well done moment. I think, I had heard of your story, but listening to this, wow. For anybody that has ever felt destitute, anybody that has ever felt that you are struggling and you don't have a means to go forward, I think if you haven't picked some inspiration from this, you are not listening. And I'll ask you to go back and listen and watch and understand exactly what she was presenting. Victoria, congratulations on how far you've come. And thank you so much for sharing her story. A round of applause for her once again. So, Victoria was speaking to harnessing the skills and the resources at your disposal. And as we've heard, she used this sewing machine from her grandmother's house, right? In her grandmother's house, and she made the most of it. And she's been working from her house, and now she's a multi-award winning person, entrepreneur of the year, presidential award winner. Those are exemplary things to have, all from the comfort of your home. Now, what can you do from the comfort of your home? Next speaker that we have this morning is Dr. Daniel Kabani. So now we've spoken towards harnessing the skills and the resources at your disposal. At this moment now, it is important to understand how to unleash the skills that you have, how to unleash these talents that you have. So Dr. Daniel Kabani is going to speak to us about how to unleash your entrepreneurship potential. Now, like I did for Victoria, I'm also going to read verbatim into understanding exactly who Dr. Daniel Kabani is, okay? So follow me here. Dr. Daniel Kabani is a seasoned entrepreneur, an investor, and a business consultant with over a decade of experience in building and scaling enterprises. He is the founder and CEO of the DNK Group, a diversified organization operating across consultancy, pharmaceuticals, branding, publishing, health, and education. He has led high-impact projects, including serving as a consultant for the Lusaka Multi-Facility Economic Zone project. Dr. Kabani holds key board and advisory roles and is a respected international speaker and business mentor. He is also the convener of the National Education Expo and the recipient of multiple industry awards. What do we say to welcome him to the stage? Dr. Kabani, the stage is yours.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. How are you today? Okay, it's good to see every one of you that is here this morning. Normally, programs like this one are rarely well attended. It's good to see that there's an affinity for substance. So just turn to your neighbor and congratulate them for being here. Excellent. I can see a lot of familiar faces. I wish I could recognize all of you, but if I did that, I would exhaust my time. And I can also see some new faces that I want to believe will be friends after this. Allow me to thank my good sister here, Sister Mwanza, for the good presentation. Not only good, but inspiring presentation. I want to believe that any one of us who has listened to her this morning, you should be encouraged, you should be revitalized, you should be charged to be able to stand and try again. Richard Nixon says, it is not how many times you fall, it is how many times you rise when you fall. And I think it's Roosevelt who says, really his concern is not that you have failed. His concern is whether you are comfortable and have accepted your failure. So failing is part of the equation. And if our sister didn't bounce back, today we will not have that great story that is inspiring. Allow me to recognize just one person that I can see here. Canel Michello, please, whoever it be. Yes, Canel Michello is one of our directors for the DNK Group, and I'm happy to see him here. I actually didn't know that I'm going to find him here, but it's good to see you, Canel. Okay. Now, I'll request that we have a prayer, then we dive into the session for today. Is that okay? Okay, so our eyes are closed, then we are praying. Father in heaven, we thank you, Lord, for this morning. Lord, we want to pray that you will speak to us, and you're going to guide us on what we must learn and what we must do for this day. Lord, it is you. The Bible is very clear that you shall remember the Lord, for it is him that gives you power to acquire wealth. We are here talking about wealth. All silver and gold belongs to you. Now, Lord, as I share with your people, give me extraordinary wisdom and eloquence to deliver the message that will be able to create empowerment in each one of us. Dedicate myself into your hands. Lord, this is about you. So I pray now that you may glorify me, that I may glorify you, that as this happens, you may draw all of us to you, so that you and you alone will be seen, will be heard, will be loved, will be praised, and will be exalted. It is our prayer. In your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen. Okay, so we are talking about wealth creation today. And I would want to begin by charging you with a presentation. Then I'll go to the technical aspect of business. So I'll begin with speaking to your heart. Then I'll end with speaking to your head. Right? Because both are very, very important. Your heart will speak to your passion. There's a fire that must burn within you. There's a level of conviction for you to do anything worthwhile on earth. I should mention that what you believe is more important than what you know. There are many people that know but don't believe and end up, therefore, achieving very little. So a man with 20% knowledge and 80% belief will do more than a man with 80% knowledge and 20% belief. That is why oftentimes as you move around, you know people that are less qualified than you that are doing more than you are doing. As you move around, you meet people with less degrees, less qualifications than you who are doing more than you are doing. They have more belief than you do. Don't look down on them. They have more belief than you. They also have a point at which they can look down on you. Yeah, you can move around saying, after all, I'm more educated than him. Then he says, after all, I have more faith than him. They have more faith in themselves and in God than majority of us. So they end up doing much more. That is why my presentation to you is titled, Get Started, Take the Initiative. Get started and take the initiative. Now, I'll need the timekeeper to remind me exactly at half of my time, because it's very easy for me to get lost in this and not present. There are so many things that we can talk about. So I don't want to lose myself in what could be said around this subject. So immediately it's half. Please give me a signal so that if I've gone in the wilderness, I can come back. Okay. Now, Proverbs chapter 10, verse 15. Proverbs chapter 10. We are reading from verse 15. The Bible says, the wealth of the rich is their fortified city, but poverty is the ruin of the poor. The wealth of the rich is their fortified city. Other versions will say, the wealth of the rich is their defense. Yes, but poverty is the ruin of the poor. Poverty is the ruin. Not demons. No. Not demons. Demons are not the ruin of the poor. Not the people in the village. No, the people in the village are not the ruin of the poor. Not relatives. Relatives are not the ruin of the poor. No. The Bible says the ruin of the poor is their poverty. Not somebody else's poverty. Actually, the ruin of the poor is not the economy. It's their poverty. Then it says, the rich are fortified by their wealth. Now, I should mention that it is not only the Bible and God that is teaching this, even the world at large understands this. So, when the UN came up with SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them, to address development and how we can sustain it. There are many things that are addressed in those, including education, including health. Now, if I asked you what is priority in your life, I do not know what you'd set. But the SDGs address many things, including climate change, including health, including education, 17 of them. Top on the SDGs, SDG number 1 addresses poverty. So SDG number 1 says no poverty. It's as short as that. No poverty. By when? By when? Men and brethren, we should read these things. We should know these things. One of the things that will help you to succeed in life is to understand how things work. Many of us understand many things that have nothing to do with how things work. And that is what costs us. The people who run the show are people who understand how things work. There are frameworks and policies. They are the things that make things run. And when you understand them, you can position yourself. Right now, there are many people that are making money out of SDGs, running funny organizations, saying, no, we are addressing climate change, SDG number so and so, and they get free funding. When we don't understand these, we think the village people are working against us. It's called self-sabotage. There are no village people. The people in the village are busy. It's rain season, they are planting, so they are not concerned about you. Whatever is happening in your life is purely your product of your activities and your thought processes. So when the UN sits and agrees, it says sustainable development goal number 1 is no poverty by 2030. Unfortunately, we only have 4 more years to go, and it looks like poverty will be fulfilled in the scripture that says the poor will always be amongst you. Now that scripture is true until the day Jesus comes. There will be some poor people flying upwards. But you see, who is he that will choose to be poor? You must agree and decide that this is the poorest you'll ever be. I need to repeat that. You must make a decision that this is the poorest. I was just telling my wife yesterday, I was saying, baby, this is the poorest I'll ever be. Like this is the lowest level of poverty going forward. You must make a decision that this is the poorest you will ever be. Because the Bible says the destruction of the poor is their what? Their poverty. It is their poverty. So SDG number 1 is no poverty, and poverty in all its forms. There are many forms of poverty, including mental poverty, and poverty in all its forms. Now, what does the Bible mean? The rich have access to a number of things. Number 1, riches give you options in everything, including who you marry. The poor are limited. There are women you cannot stop based on your pocket. When you just say, I don't want problems. No, you don't want problems. Just go home, right? Yes. So poverty limits you in everything, including who you marry. The caliber of who you marry is a reflection of your pocket. Poverty limits you on everything, including what you eat. I was speaking in Mashingo, that's in Zimbabwe, late last year for the ASI convention. And there is a man who has become a friend there who is the head of one of the conferences for ASI. We need to activate ASI here. Elder Chadoko, I see you. Please, let's activate ASI here. People are missing quite a lot. Our friends across the border are doing very serious stuff. If we brought them here, we would look like jokers, all of us. This conference we are doing today here, there will be cars displayed there for sale. Earth-moving equipment at church, parked outside there. Drilling companies with those rigs would be parked out there on a conference like this one. It will be a full expo. Businesses owned by church members owning milling companies that are supplying the whole country. Church members that are owning gold mines. One of my friends owns a gold mine. I'm not talking of a Jarabo collecting things from a dump site. No. Talking about a guy who runs a full gold mine. And he's just a young man, he's 33. Those of you who attend the National Education Expo this year will be coming. We'll be speaking to you. He's a young man, just 33. Runs a full gold mine. You'll see one of my friends here, Leslie. He'll be coming here next to Trade Kings in Memphis. That's his land. He'll be setting a factory there. These are young men. He's just about 36. He's producing in millions of tons. If you go in ShopRite, all those foods you see written glide times. That's his food, straight from Zim. So maybe this is the time also that here in Zambia we become serious. We become comfortable too early and too quickly and begin threatening people with very little to our names. So we must change our mindset. So wealth gives you options in everything, including food. Now, I got lost. But why I was addressing you is the issue of one man in the name of Mr. Dengure. Now, this is one of the men. He's actually the president of ASI at SID level. So he gave a presentation also in Mashingo. And this is what he says. He says, I never knew that I was tall. He's a very short man, and he's a big guy in logistics and other businesses. His trucks run around here. Last time one of his trucks got stolen here in Zambia with copper on it. Know that. So he says, I never knew that I was tall. until I had my children. Says, then I realized that I'm tall because all my children are very tall. Says, first I got alarmed. Said, how come? But it says, you see, the evidence was undeniable because they looked exactly like me. So it says he began then to investigate, to find out what could have led to this discrepancy of me being short, but my children being tall. Then he says he realized it's poverty. Says he grew up in a poor home in which nutrition was compromised. So now he believes he became stunted and ended up believing that he's short. And yet, had he had good nutrition, he would have been a tall man. Now his children who are born in wealth, eating well, all of them are tall. So sometimes let us not be quick to conclude. Say, where we come from, we are just slim like this. Everyone. My grandfather was slim. My grandmother. Also investigate the diet along the line. Well, that was him. Says now he realizes and he has ended the story of shortness in his family. His children going forward, everyone is tall. And that's very true. By the way, stunting is real in Zambia here. Leading in that is Luapula. So there are many people coming from there who believe they're short. No, it has nothing to do with that. The genes are okay. It might be an issue of nutrition. So poverty must be addressed because it affects everything. Wealth gives you options. It gives you options when you are sick. When you are sick, you can go anywhere. Have you ever heard of something called a second opinion? It's not popular among the poor because it's costly. Second opinion means you go to a doctor, he tells you something, you go like, okay, but I doubt what he has said. Let's go to another hospital. Again, you go to another hospital, they investigate, and then you say, let's go to another hospital. That's a second opinion. That's an activity of people with money. Because you can't come from Chilenge, level 1, and say, I'm going for second opinion in Matero, level 1. When you reach there, they look in your book. Didn't you go to Chilenge? Why are you wasting our time? Get out of here. So, you are limited in the options. So you understand that the battle and the journey of chasing wealth is a journey that increases your options in everything. Allow me to recognize one special person that has just come in. That's my mom. Mama, you can be upstanding. Okay, so that's my mother, Mrs. Kabani. Yes, the woman of Proverbs 31. Yes, that's a very powerful woman. Everything you see about Daniel Cavani emanates from there. I didn't learn these things in old age. I learned what I do at a very young age. Public speaking didn't start in grade 12. It started before I went to school. And the person who taught me that is my mother and my father. We used to do this when we were very young. So, don't thank me for anything. Thank her and God. Right? Yes. So I'm saying, money will give you options. Options in school. Where you go to school. Option in where you stay. Some of us where we stay is forced by the budget. True or false? Yes. The budget dictates. But there are people who choose. I was speaking to one elder who is happening at Kablonga SDA Church. Some of you know him, Elder Vene. Grant Thornton leads that thing. Powerful man, very humble, very powerful. So I was saying, Elder, because I remember many years I visited him in Kablonga and I saw when I was just very young, still in university, stays in this mansion and everything in there. So I asked him recently, I said, are you still here? He says, no, we are not here. You know, an accident happened, our house caught fire. So he said, I think let's just shift to New Kasama. So now we are in New Kasama. Those are places you don't also say, I even asked Elder, I think we are coming to New Kasama. To do what? So money gives you options. And that is how poverty destroys people, because it removes options. Your diet is forced and dictated. Your school and education is forced and dictated. Everything is forced. Wealth will help you with issues of legal help. I've seen people get jailed for things they could have come out free. And I've seen people go scot-free for things they could have been jailed. The only thing is that their wealth allows them to afford a lawyer. Mhm. When you do not have the money, you have to go to court and represent yourself. So one brother in court now, representing himself. I don't know. You just be going like, the other witness is speaking, says, Boza court. Yeah, he court. They said, that will be contempt of court very soon. You can't be answering while somebody, yeah, he court, Boza court. So no. The wealth are protected. You should observe. Even how the police go to pick a wealthy person and how they pick a poor man is very different. When they go and pick a wealthy man, they arrive and say, sir, we are inviting you for interviews at Central Police. We are inviting you for interviews. You say, I came back, I went to police for interviews. Steal a chicken. There is no invitation. The way they airlift you, when you want to say anything, they say, Uzakambila kusogolo. So wealth protects a man. Education, I've already talked about that. So the destruction of the poor. No capital, no growth. Sometimes the poor have brilliant ideas, but they can't do them because they have no money. And I'll tell you, the most brilliant of ideas are amongst the poor. When you listen to them and say, this man can turn the economy upside down. But the capital to finance the good ideas is not there. Sometimes the wealth actually may not even have good ideas, but they can finance them until everyone is convinced that this is a very good idea. So in all our pursuit, we must pursue to acquire wealth. As Elder Gondwe had given in the introduction, it is not a sin. We must pursue, and if we can't, we should at least die trying. Should be seen that this man really tried. So only that things didn't work in his favor. But he really tried. The Bible also says in Proverbs chapter 22 that seest thou a man skilled in his work, such a man will stand before kings and not before common men. Have you seen a man? Now, on one side, we are talking about wealth. On the other side, we are talking about skills. I should mention that there is no one person who is wealth and skillless at the same time. Money follows skill. That skill can be hard skills, soft skills, whatever classification you may want to give them, but money follows skill. In whatever you are doing, ensure you are skilled. If you are already skilled, ensure you upskill. On a yearly basis, have a target of skills you must have because people are paid for skills. Our sister here has a great skill. And you can see through sewing, she's telling you of tenders. 200,000. By the way, writing tenders is also a skill. I was talking about many of us don't know how things work. And that's what challenges us. How many of us have heard of ZPPA? Okay. How many of us have heard of the EGP system? How many of us have ever opened the EGP system even just to peep what is there? It's a system of how most public tenders are floated in this country. Long time ago, people used to go with envelopes and ditch them somewhere in a tender box. Now, you must have a digital skill. Register with ZPPA, see the tenders there, participate. Filling in tender documents is a skill. And unfortunately, I've come to realize that the many things that make people wealthy are not taught in school. Maybe I should put it this way. Every career has two sides. It has the practice side and it has the business side. The practice side is what gives people either a poor or middle class life. The business side is the one that gives people wealth. So let me give an example. In education, there's the practice side and the business side. When you are in education on the practice side, you teach, you lecture. That is practicing the career on the side. So you lecture, you teach. On that side, the reward is a middle class life or a poor life. The wealth comes from the same career on the business side. What is the business side in education? It is the guy supplying the desks, the guy supplying chalk, the guy supplying the books, the guy building the classes, the contractor, the guy who is running a mentorship program in there. That's where the money is. In health, there's the practice side, there's the business side. The practice side is the one, Kosomolani, again, you are checking. That's the practice side. You are practicing. It will afford you a life. It will afford you a middle class life or a poor life. The money is on the business side of health. The guy who has supplied the stethoscope that you are using to say Kosomolani, the guy who has supplied that is the guy who makes the money. The guy who has supplied the beds on which the patients are sleeping. The guy who has supplied the mortuary fridge. Do you know how much a mortuary fridge is? One mortuary fridge is over 600,000 kwacha. Supplying one is 600,000 kwacha. Do you know how much a CT scan is? Or a proper digital X-ray machine? It's 2.7 million kwacha, one. An MRI machine would cost in excess of 40 million. One equipment. You supply that, you go home and sleep. It's the business side. Now, is the practice side wrong? No. My conviction is this, that the practice side should be your entry point. The business side should be your exit point. Enter your career from practice side. Within 4 to 10 years, if you can, transition to the business side of your career. Because that's where the money is. In any industry, in law, there's the practice side, there's the business side. The practice side are the guys in court arguing with the other lawyer. That's the practice side. The business side is the guy who has sent that very guy to court. He owns the law firm. And many people began from practice side. That's very fine. But have a plan to transition to the business side. That is where wealth is created. That is where real money is mentioned. Monies which when they mention them, you feel sad that for all this time in life, you didn't know that there are such numbers that people discuss. There are numbers that people discuss in this country that can give somebody stress if you heard them. Right now, there is one, in our space of business, there's a tender being floated by one institution right now. It's a 60 million kwacha tender. Can you imagine what happens with your life if you got that tender? It hits the account, you knock on the neighbor, say, neighbor, we are shifting. Just wanted to say, but it has been wonderful being there. You are such a good neighbor. We are shifting. So in what you are doing, have a plan to shift from the practice side to the business side. Because that's where wealth is created. Now, let me quickly run you through things you must do in terms of preparing yourself then to set a business, right? If you are going to set a business, how do you start a business? Why should you start a business? Now, here's another disclaimer I should give. My message is not for you to quit work and become an entrepreneur. Because when you are going to become the 21st century version of the prodigal son, you will hate me. Say, you see, he misled us. Don't quit your job to start business. Start business so that you can quit your job. You have heard that? Don't quit your job to start business. That's called suicide. Start business so that at an appropriate time you can quit your job. That's clear? Good. That is it's life-saving. Now, why should you start a business in Zambia? Growing SME sector. I think the environment is ripe and good for business. There's a population, our population is expanding and all that. Government and private sector support. There is support right now, quite a lot, for SMEs, small and medium enterprises, right? So this might be the right time to start. If you are going to start a business, there are many ways in which you can register it. But I think leading in those are these ways as you are starting, either as a sole proprietorship, which is also called a sole trade, or as a partnership, or as a private company limited, or public, whichever. But I think for now, because of time, important is to emphasize just sole trading and also you being able to register a limited company. So what is sole trading? Sole trading is business ownership in which you own the business 100% yourself. You and the business are one. It's the easiest way to register a business. Where do you register? You go to Pakra. All business in Zambia begins from Pakra. So where is Pakra? It's near you here, somewhere around here, Long Acres. You go there and you register. Registering a business as a sole trade, which is called a business name, will cost you less than 500 kwacha. And you'd have registered a business. Okay. So that is one of the ways to register. It has its advantages. The advantages is that it's easy to register that way. Doesn't require a lot of money, doesn't require a lot of people. You can go and register. And that's the advantage. You are also the alpha and omega. You make the decisions because you own the business. Okay, the disadvantage of it is that sometimes it might be hard to raise financing, like my sister talked about, because when you go to institutions that fund businesses, they are often uncomfortable financing sole traders because they know that you can come with a business plan saying, no, what we want to buy is 5 hammer mills. When they give you the money, the next thing they see you is in a Hilux and you are greeting people around Lusaka. Where has the money gone? Diverted to a Hilux. Why? No one can question you. You are the alpha and the omega. So financing sometimes can be a challenge when you are sole trading. So the other option then is for you to register what is called a limited company, right? So you have seen companies whose name ends with LTD. That's a limited company. The ownership of such a business means there are people that own a stake in the business. They are called shareholders. So a number of you come in, put resources together, you register a company. It has what is called jurisdiction persons. What that means is that a company is a legal entity. It enjoys the rights and the responsibilities and all these that a natural person has at law. What that means is a company can own land in its name. It can even buy shares in another company, and it lives beyond the owner. So trading, when you die, the business ends because you were the owner, owned the business that way. But as a company, it goes beyond your existence. So it's a very good way of registering. It gives you an advantage in terms of things like financing. You can easily raise financing. One of the ways which could even be to sell a stake, which means ownership, to sell a percentage of ownership of the company to raise financing. So it might be a better way of registering. But as you are starting, if you don't have enough resources, you can begin with sole trading. A company registration here in Zambia, everything put together at Pakra will cost you less than 1,200 for you to register. So it is that cheap, it is that affordable. You should be able to do that. Now, if you have done your registration, what are some of the things that you must do? Okay. Identify a need. Any business that will really survive is a business that attends to a real need that people have. Okay? A real need, not an imaginary need. Yeah, business is not for fancy. What challenges some businesses sometimes is that you are doing what you enjoy doing, but which people don't enjoy. So find a need that people have, come up with a solution that addresses the need, then that business will thrive. Do a market research. A market research is as simple as finding out and saying, well, are there people that would be willing to buy this? At how much will they be willing to buy it? Who else is supplying this? Who will be my competitors if I went in this business? It means Business is not for the lazy-minded. You must engage your mind to acquire the necessary information that will inform you in decision making. Feasibility analysis is to literally check whether that business can thrive, looking at the numbers of people that can buy, your profit margins, that what you are aiming to sell it at how much you are getting it, if you are just into commodity trading and things like that. Yes. So I was telling you about this guy. This is my good friend Leslie. He's based in Harare. This is me, him, and another friend of ours, Dr. Chijande, in Harare. If you have seen these foods in ShopRite, this is the young man who produces that. It's just about 36. What you are seeing him there, that is his company there. Guys, I'm talking about state-of-the-art infrastructure that is channeling out millions of tons in a month. Ideas. By the way, God's solution for any one of us poverty is ideas. Ideas are the liberators out of poverty. Do not underestimate the power of ideas. If I had time, I'll tell you about the Wright brothers, Wilbur and Ovi, who gave us the aeroplane. Those guys, when they started the flying experiments around 1901, 1902 and all that, their father was the first skeptic who said, look, if God wanted us to fly, he would have put wings on our shoulders. One professor told the father to say, I believe man will fly soon. And the father answered, said, no. It was him, he was the reverend. He said, if God wanted us to fly, he would have put wings on our heart. 3 years later, his sons disproved him. And they were able to fly. Now, these guys, the idea was crazy, and everybody thought them crazy. By the way, these guys were not even engineers. They were bicycle repairers. The engineers of the time didn't do much. 2 bicycle repairers, believing in the idea that man can fly. Today, you sit on those big things. Once in a while, I've had a chance to sit on those big ones like Emirates or Qatar. When you sit on those big Boeing things up there, you wonder, how does this thing lift? 500 people in there. You look at the cargo that has gone in and it goes up. It is because there were 2 young men that were willing to dare and chase their crazy ideas. Every person who has done great, at first people thought the idea was crazy. Don't underestimate your ideas. I value a man with ideas more than a man with knowledge. Man with knowledge is a museum. A man with ideas is the future. Man with knowledge is just showing us what has happened in the past. Chase your ideas. So in business, when you have, by the way, Steve Harvey says, God, now this statement is very, very harsh, but very true. He says, God does not give an idea to one person. Perhaps he has given the idea to a foolish person. He uses the word stupid. To a foolish person who will not implement it. What does that mean? When an idea, any one of you here who has once passed somewhere and said, that was my idea. Then you go and check whether those people are related to you or they have a friend who told them about your idea. They don't even know you. You always used to pass and say, you know, it would be a good idea to put a car wash here, car wash here. One of the days you're passing, people are branding car wash opening soon. And you say, that was my idea. When you have ideas, run with them. Act on them. Don't wait for a perfect time. Make the time perfect. Don't wait for resources. A man who keeps waiting, little will happen. My time is up. So we may not, I don't think we have even shared anything. But, yeah, literally. But let's see where I can end it for now. Let's see what could be important maybe for you. This could be important for you as you think of going into business. When you do your registration, register with all these things I've listed here. PACRA, ZRA, your local council, ZPPA, Workers' Compensation, NIPA, and NIMA and NAPSA. Now, there are 2 forms of entrepreneurship here in Zambia. One of them is the organic real entrepreneurship. The other one is called tenderpreneurship. It also works. And it actually brings big money faster than the real organic one. So as you prepare to go in business, be ready to do the organic business where you are selling a service or a product to people who want it. But prepare yourself also to do business with big organizations. You cannot, like my sister said, you can't do business with big organizations without these. Just 2 days ago, a certain company called us. It's a German company. They're saying, we want to partner with you as we bid for this tender. Why? They just don't have one certificate. And we have the certificate. So let's sit and discuss, because we have the certificate. A certificate can be the inclusion or exclusion criteria. So make sure you get these. That ZPPA certificate is very important. You can't be involved in public tendering without it. The biggest spender in this country is the government. The government can change your life just by one tender. So as you prepare yourself to do business, get those things done. I think because of time, let me just open for questions and contributions. Maybe in the questions we'll be able to answer some of the things. Time may not allow us to cover all of these things. I have some resources, a few books for you that you could buy and help you with business. Some of them are toolkits by the Zambia Chamber of Commerce. I think they'll really help you. So there should be Charles. I don't know where the Charles is there. We'll see how you can get the books. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. We're together in Kitwe for the cohort.
Ah, great.
My question is based on the business scaling. I think many of us will be able to relate. We get to a phase in business where you're just paying bills, you're paying salaries, you're paying taxes, but you can't really see the profit margins. So my question is, what systems can you put in place to ensure that your business is able to scale?
Okay, so one guy, I've forgotten the name, says your business rises and falls to the level of its systems. Okay, what are systems? Systems are routine ways of doing things that are documented. It gives ability for you to reproduce the same model somewhere else. We scale in many ways. One of the ways of scaling is increasing the levels of production in terms of whatever you are producing. One of the ways of scaling is reproducing yourself in many places. So ShopRite is in many places. No one of you has ever seen the owner of ShopRite. True or false? Yes. Why? ShopRite runs with systems. You can't scale up with limited systems, especially if you are the system. You have to approve everything. You have to sign everything. Even in here, you have to be going out with the phone to say, just 1 minute, 1 minute. Mufuna kukula soap. Soap. Gula. Okay, sorry, my leader, I was just instructing the boys. You can't go far. You can't go far. So ensure that you build systems. You replace yourself. Always think of your business to say, how do I replace myself out of this business? How do I retire? Once you create a system that can allow the business to run while you are not there, then you can scale up. I do a lot of movements. Just this week I'll be out on Friday. Then again I'll be back. Then I'll be out. Then I'll be back. Then I'll be out. Literally up to mid-year. I'll spend much of the first half of this year out of the country, in and out. But things run. Because there are systems. So if you are going to scale up, work on the systems. Number 2, be in the habit of visiting businesses that are doing better than yours and see what you can learn. One of the systems we are using in my business, I stole it from a certain company. I visited that company. And I'm always observant when I visit these places. I'm just looking, what are they doing? What are we not doing? So I saw them moving around with something called a turnaround time tracker. Stavile would know it. Stavile is one of our former employees. So she would know it. That at our company, one of the things we use is a turnaround time tracker. That turnaround time tracker Now, it might be intellectual property, so I can't tell you the company where we stole it from. But I escorted somebody. He says, escort me. We went. He was going to pay a loan somewhere. We reached where he was paying a loan. I saw what they were using there. I looked at it carefully, photographic memory catcher. I went home to the office. I reproduced it. The next day on Monday, I gave an announcement. Beginning now, going forward, we are using a turnaround time tracker. It served us. She will tell you that I don't need to be around at the company to know that you are loafing. There are systems that will tell me exactly what you did from 7 hours to evening. So I hope that answers the question. Let's take one last question or so. Yes.
Is this morning? Good morning, everybody. All right. My name is Emmanuel Maliko. Nice to meet you. We've met with Mr. Daniel. I think I even have a testimony to share. Last year when you came to Libala. So this is Libala in the house. What do you say for Libala? Yeah, we've come to support you. Yeah. All right. So my name is Emmanuel Maliko. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm a founder of some startups. Actually, there were a lot of them until last year. I spoke to Mr. Daniel. Told me about being specializing and not being all over the place, right? Yeah. So right now, I think from that time we spoke, there were a lot of ventures I was into, but I narrowed down to only 2. So that's the testimony I'm giving and appreciating you to say, really, I'm grateful for that advice. I took it and I also researched, and then it was something that is working for me at the moment. Yeah. And then coming back to my question, I just want some advice. So in my ventures, there are different businesses that are specialized in different sectors, right? So what would you say, or at what point would you say I incorporate a holding arrangement instead of having a business here and another business there in different sectors, of course? What would be a time to say, okay, now I can incorporate these 2 so that it has, one is the mother and then it has subsidiaries? You hope you get my question. And then since they're in different sectors, because even the name of them, so I'll be specific. So one is in IT, and then the other one is in media. So since they're different sectors, even the names, I don't know how I can marry. I hope you get my question. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. A holding company, what we normally see is whatever holdings or group of companies. That means a number of companies are under one administration umbrella. Okay? So you have seen Wonderful Group along Great East Road. Under there you have Marco Polo Towers, you have the fertilizer company and all that. That is what a holding company is. It is the mother to the subsidiaries. What is the advantage of doing that? The advantages of doing that is that it allows the profile of your business to be heavy. Okay? So I'll tell you, when you bid, for example, for big tenders, one of the things they're going to request of you is to show financial proof that you can actually finance that tender. So they'll ask for bank statements, among many other things. Now, if your businesses sit under one umbrella, it is very easy to demonstrate that the other business actually will finance what this business is about to tender in. I don't know about others, but for us, that's the advantage that I have seen. We are able to go and say, Kabani Pharmaceuticals can do this. Because look at what we are doing as brand and publishing. And these 2 are subsidiaries within the same holding company. So that is the advantage. Now, here in Africa, the problem is that we have a lot of self-hate and inferiority complex. If you say, now we are Mundia Group, they say, so where is the group? I say, "Imwe which group kalani chape." We want to move around with small things. Here is the thing. Now, this is a principle of personal branding. I'll give it for free. You must look like the next level to be accommodated at the next level. Because you are never admitted to the next level until you look like them. Now, that is true both at a personal level and at a business level. That's why even when you meet with other entrepreneurs and they say, "So, what are you into?" They say, "We are just trying, my leader. We are trying somewhere here in challenge." Nobody does business with you because you look sympathetic. Because actually you begin to look like a risk. Move with confidence. Even here, those of you that are entrepreneurs here, make business cards written there. Mulema, CEO, whatever, couriers. Even if you are a CEO of yourself, you and you alone, you are a CEO. Branding is everything. We are now living in a perception-driven world. People will treat you not as you are, they will treat you as you look and as they perceive you. If they perceive you are powerful, they'll give you the reward of a powerful man. If they perceive that you are simple, no matter how powerful you are, they'll give you a brick and say, "Sir, you can sit, we have run out of chairs." So make sure you brand yourself. So when it comes to your businesses, I've said, coming to that, even the names that you choose for your business, choose a name that sounds global. I've seen businesses, Musankwa and whatever. Well, it may make sense here. But if you're going to arrive in Dubai and they say, "So, who I know we are Musankwa Solar Solutions." My lead. But if you're going to pick some funny names, you have seen our friends who come from China, eh? Those brothers can't even speak our language. They read here and they say, "Wonderful group of companies." Yeah? Perception is everything. Brand your businesses. Do certain things. Again, like I'm saying, we do not have time to address these things. But here's the thing. Begin with your social media presence. Can you allow me a minute to talk about these things? Begin with your social media presence. When we come to social media, can we see that your business is properly branded? Carnell always says, doing business without proper branding and marketing is like winking at a lady in the dark and hoping she'll see you. You are invisible. So in your digital space, go and brand yourself very nicely. When we come, let's see a website, let's see a page. Do you know that in the corporate world, they can exclude you just based on your domain? The serious guys looking at your domain, they can tell this is a joker of a company. And how much is a website? Now young people can develop that for you at a 500 kwacha. Go and get good quality pictures. Put there. Even if you are operating from home or anywhere else, put. When you post the pictures of your company, get the highest quality that you can. Put there. Have a basic branding package. Some business cards on you, a proper company profile that has been done. When you go, companies will normally call for suppliers. Right now, at the end of the year and the early year, companies will call. PricewaterhouseCoopers, we're calling for suppliers. What they ask for is send a company profile. When yours comes, it's a Word document. We are into this and this. Branding is everything. How people perceive you determines what they bring in your direction. Even at your job, brand yourself like the next CEO. You're likely going to get there. So may God bless you. I wish you the best. As you continue, our time is up. I would have loved, but we may not be able to take more questions. Like I said, I do have resources that we have come with that I think can help you, especially the startups. These are toolkits. They are books that will show you how to structure your business from the beginning to the end with templates that you can work with so you can see us afterwards. God bless you. Thank you.
I don't think that round of applause is deserving of the gems we just got. A round of applause to Dr. Cavani. I was writing notes. Elder Gondwe came to me and he says, "Are you paying attention to the time or have you gotten engrossed as well?" And for a second I said, "I'm paying attention, but I'm also paying attention to the time." And then I realized that I was 10 minutes beyond the time and I was like, actually, he's right. So it was that good a presentation. So once again, a round of applause to him. I would have loved to go through the points, but there were too many. All good, but I hope that we've picked up something as we're beginning our businesses, or as we're growing our businesses, as we're scaling them, or as we are trying to build our personal profiles as individuals. So that session was primarily on us unleashing our potential as an entrepreneur and as a business person. And of course, based on the way that he presented it, it went beyond entrepreneurship and touched on issues of employment and how you could even grow as somebody who is in employment. So I hope that we have really picked something from there. So now, I know that we may have a lot of questions, and I know that there were hands that were there, and there are questions that were directed to Dr. Kabani, and there are questions, obviously, that were also directed to Victoria. But I want us to have one more presentation, and then we'll have a plenary, and we'll all discuss, and I'll pick some questions from the crowd for about 20 minutes. But this will come after our next presentation. So our next presentation is going to come from Elder Daniel Mulenga Katongo. So Elder Daniel Mulenga Katongo is a chartered accountant and a certified investments expert who runs a finance, tax, and business advisory firm. So now if you saw, one of the key things that Dr. Kabani was talking about was taxes, finances, having this plan. So it'll be very interesting to understand exactly what he has to present for us. So Elder Daniel Mulenga Katongo runs a tax and business advisory firm called Reed's Advisory. He is also a real estate financial specialist and a developer who has participated in sourcing financing for various big real estate developments in Zambia. He also sits on a number of boards and has served on committees related to finance and audit at the Zambia Union of the SDA Church. He comes with a wealth of knowledge and experience in the real estate sector. So what we will be getting from this lesson, in this conversation that we're about to be having, is primarily a conversation on real estate. So obviously, I'd love to believe that we'll learn and understand about the beautiful taxes that I know we all don't like. But from there, it'd also be nice to learn about how starting and building your real estate portfolio in Zambia, because I think it is very important to understand how to start and build your real estate portfolio in Zambia. So a round of applause to welcome Elder Daniel Mulenga Katongo.
Am I in order to say good morning, church? Since when we stand here, we preach. Honestly speaking, how is the greeting? Is it ladies and gentlemen or church? Good morning, church. How are we today? Thank you. My task is very simple. I'm not as entertaining as Dr. Kabani. I just give you what you have asked and then I sit. That's all. If I was preaching, it's something else. Yeah. But I want to thank the church, first of all, for inviting me to talk into this subject. I'm not usually a public speaker in terms of these things. So I struggled to say what material do I prepare for what audience. Real estate is from up, down, up, and stuff like that. So I just didn't know. I kept on asking Elder Gondo, are we talking to the youths? Are we talking to the adults? Are we talking to the what? I don't want to be very off subject. But anyway, I prayed on what to talk about so that the Lord can just guide. So my discussion or my information sharing is on real estate investments. Because I don't talk about these things, so I just created my own questions. Then I answer them then that's a presentation. That's fine. I did my own questions. I was imagining what question would they ask? Then let me put it and answer it. Yeah. So the first question I asked was, what is real estate investments? So that we are at the same level, because some of these big words, they are so scary. Thanks, Doc, for the nice presentation. It was quite nice to learn a lot of things from your presentation. I thought I was an old man until I saw that these guys who were running in the forum are now CEOs of group of companies. All right, so what is real estate investment? Those who are taking notes, you don't need to write word for word, but you just need to have an idea of what we're talking about. So this is a sector of investment involving acquiring, hoarding, developing property, which commonly called immovable assets, for the purposes of generating income and capital appreciation. So, and these words will come a lot when I start explaining some of the things. So we are talking about acquiring, hoarding, or developing property or immovable assets. Primarily, the purpose is to generate income, either rentals or what we call capital disinvestments or capital appreciation or proceeds from the sale of disposal of assets. Finally, it should be income that is generated. Yeah. So already we are saying that if you're going into the real estate investment sector, your motive, don't miss it, is to make money, generate income. Okay? Why should you go into this sector? When I was preparing this, I even felt it's quite unfair that we don't talk about it so much. Let me read through the things which I prepared, then I can make my comments. So those who are saying they will get the reading and understand, they may not, because I will say a lot of things which are not here. By the way, how many minutes do I have? 3 or 30? All right, okay. I think that will be. So first of all, why invest in real estate? The types of income that are there is what is motivating. We have rental income, which is predictable streams of income. Okay, some people have demonized rental income, thinking it's low, but I think it's a question of just knowledge. Also, we have appreciation of property values to increase your long-term borrowing, capital release or equity release, borrowing power, high disposal income at exit, etc. And as a result, most of the governments in the region, when we say the region, we mean Africa, they have heaped a lot of tax advantages to real estate, primarily for incentivizing investment into this sector. Why? Because we are developing nations. That's the thing. We're developing what? Nations. So in order to speed up your development, you need to ease entry into this sector. Okay? Maybe the type of, okay, we'll talk about it as I go on. So the other one is that real estate is a very strong hedge against inflation. When inflation rises, you easily adjust your rentals. Now, that's why I was asking which audience we're talking about. When we talk about rentals, it's a big thing. It's really, really the big driver of the economy. It's not. It goes beyond rentals in Chilulu, in Garden, in Chilenge, in what. We are talking about the rental market in the top grade A sector that is heavily a thorn discussion. So, so real estate investment is a good buffer to when prices are escalating and things are seemingly deteriorating in the economy, you have a buffer of real estate to rely on. I'll give you, I can't wait, let me give you an example. In 2007, if you bought land in 2007, it's 60 by 40. It was costing you 25,000 kwacha. Those who were born by then can testify. It is costing you how much? 25,000 kwacha. If you do 30,000 kwacha, it was very expensive. 40 by 60. In 2014, 7 years later, the same land, capital appreciation, the same land, from 25,000 kwacha was 100,000 kwacha. Yeah, you haven't sold, you just bought with a personal loan, finished paying a personal loan in 4 years. By 2014, from 25,000 kwacha, you have done 4 times. 10 years later, the growth is not proportionate, it's exponential. That land, if you found it today for 500,000 kwacha, grab it. The same land, just grab it. Because you find it for 650, 750, and stuff like that. So you can see the capital appreciation of that. So if you are in real estate and you borrowed 100,000 kwacha at the time, bought 4 pieces of land, and from your other sources of income paid off the loan, no investment reward will supersede that. Yeah. If there was no camera, I was going to give you what is happening on the market. But in the interest of the weaker brothers, we will. So in general terms, I'll comment in general terms. I have been associated in this industry for some time. So I was in the Matongo says in the high level meeting in London, where we were looking at a magazine we produce. I think none of you have come across it. It's called a high net worth individual magazine. That magazine contains boys and girls who are thick investors. Yeah. So we have a grade to net worth individuals, then high net worth individuals, then the ultra net worth individuals, then the VV high net worth individuals. So if you're talking about net worth entry point, just entry point in that magazine, you need to do not less than $500 million. Entry point. And you have to really prove that $500 million can get into that. So what I'm saying is, when I looked at that, because we're now given Zambia, what. So I looked at the Zambian boys and girls in that magazine. I think it's a deception. Real estate, when you start these businesses and you push the mines, you push supplies, you push ABCD, you are rushing to secure your funds in real estate. I can tell you most of the big boys of the big companies you see, they have big books in real estate to protect their investments. They know that no matter what, and I know my uncle, I won't mention his name, big supplier of foods and things to mass government agencies and big enterprise. When he went into politics, you know, politics, us who are not there, they squeeze each other. They closed all his taps with the hope of finishing him, but failed because real estate defended him. The moment they were closing, closing, from one of the offshore real estate return he got, he even bought a Mercedes-Benz for $350,000 to make a statement. So it's very, I see a lot of people talking about real estate and whatnot. Some even say the returns are poor, and I can confess that I was the president for the Zambia Property Owners Association. We founded it, and the club that Property Owners Association Club had all the biggest players, not only in Zambia, but in the region, as members. So when we are in a box and discussing the alternative development capital into real estate, you feel very unfair because most of the Zambians are not even there in the first place. But we're discussing Zambia. So just as a rider. But anyway, so my argument is leverage is another advantage to get into real estate. He was talking about capital. Business enterprise is driven by capital. And just as a side, if you are a business person who is starting now, I don't know if somebody's starting now, to give a judgment on whether the business is working or not, you need uncompromised 5 years. Yeah, if you do any assessment before 5 years, you are in a hurry. So now, why am I saying this? To create a base for borrowing so that you can finance your business, real estate comes in very handy because of capital appreciation. So what they do now, I can expose this one. What they do, they'll buy a house in Chilenge or in Libala South. There are stages in Libala, I'm told. So let's say stage one. There's stage one, eh? Yes, stage one. So that house in Chilenge, Libala South, stage one, I even have the figures here. It will cost you about 600,000 kwacha. Okay? When you buy that house, and you have a tender to supply boots to ZNS for 1 million kwacha. So then you go to the insurance company and said, I want a comfort, because most of these government now is policy, they need a security bond. Eh? So I want a comfort. The insurance company will value your property which you bought at 600,000 kwacha for 1.2 million kwacha. And the excess is cash. So they will give you a bond based on the excess. You comfortably supply to ZNS, good payers. 3 months, they pay you. Property remains. Capital value remains. Business profits are generated. And you know those supplies, the business profits in the supplies are really, really salvational. So that's my case on leverage. Then the other aspect on real estate is that it's a tangible assets that you can physically control. It's not the market that you cannot touch. Okay? Markets are not personal, they are not emotion, they can do what they want. But real estate, it's something that you can hold and control. Then also portfolio diversification. So if you have, let me use Daniel. So he has a pharmacist here, he has a, what else do you have? Branding here, you have a talking here, it's a business as well. And stuff like that. So if you consolidate his businesses and did what is called a risk profiling, to be very honest, where we've been sitting appraising, if there is no real estate component, his risk is very high. And in appraising him, he scores low because the risk is what? High. The businesses that have a component of real estate, their risks are low. Low risks means everybody's willing to inject business capital in your company. That's what it means. But that's something, that's a discussion for another day. Why real estate? Then it's also guaranteed pension benefit, which is less risky to dispose of at the right values. You can't just wake up and say, I'm selling all my houses, I'm selling all my offices and stuff like that. It takes a very big decision. So if you left your children with a estate and did your will nicely or your trust nicely, it will take them to be mad to really be poor. They will need to be insane to be poor. Yeah, but if you left them with the business that required your connections, your whatnot, and you are gone, people will not even look at them. They'll say, that's why parents in Zambia should be bringing up children well. Look at how miserable they are. Meanwhile, they need help. Yeah, real estate is a very strong defender in those facilities. If people invested their pensions in real estate or real estate, what we call REITs, real estate investment trusts, these are consolidated or pooled funds. In a case where the economy collapses or the funds are not performing well for other things, you will not die of stress. But if you go in other, I didn't want to compare, in other areas, and in those areas close or collapse, yeah, those are the strokes that you see in our parents. You know, he's half paralysis, he's thinking too much, money has gone. It's not thinking too much, money has gone. Yeah. Let me also make another exposure. The place of real estate investment ranking. I wanted to say in Zambia, but in the region. The countries or the region, let me say the countries to be simpler, are even stopping or controlling how much funds, these are public funds, should be allocating resources into real estate because the appetite is just too much. For example, PIA, those who are in insurance, PIA, the PIA, Pension and Insurance Authority, they have told the general insurance, Chris, that don't put more than 10%, correct, into real estate. If they didn't tell Chris, he would go to 40%. Because he knows when I put 40% in my real estate, I have cash flow to pay out my my accidents, and I will grow my business exponentially. So they have to put a cap. In life insurance, which is this life insurance, is about 15% because of long term. They have put them. Yeah. Other funds, which I can't mention here, they have capped between 10 to 20%. And they have been coming. How can we structure it in such a way that we navigate this 20% limit, because the opportunities are just too many? Why is there so much pressure for funds to rush into real estate investment? Number one, stats. For housing, I'm going to talk about housing a bit, since I was anticipating that the audience is housing. For housing, in 2017 in Zambia, we had a shortage of housing and accommodation, that is housing, full house families, of about 1.2 million shortage in 2017. At that point, the boarding houses or the universities had in excess of about 120,000 students unaccommodated. 120,000 students aggregate, no accommodation. So in other words, if you go to Unza, one room is taking 8 students, or 10, one under the bed on top, and because of shortage. So there is a lot of pressure in developing countries to develop. And what, if not controlled, other sectors may be misaligned. So the governments have been trying to make sure there is a balance. Because every farmer that has a bumper harvest is excited because now he has excess cash to put into real estate. Every transporter who gets a big contract, the excess wants to put into real estate to deal with the shortage and take advantage of the shortage. When I joined the market about 20 years ago, we were getting, because the difference was too much, we were getting rentals in Kablonga, a flat, as high as $4,500 per month rent in Kablonga. If you don't want, don't rent, and you go nowhere. You get my point? So we now started promoting unlocking the sector. And that's how we started easing up by a lot of dilution. So this one, it's a gold mine. It's really a gold mine. Even the gold mines, literally, the ones in the northwest and other parts of the country. The proceeds from there, we have been seeing them into real estate. Yes. If I had time, I was going to tell you about the comparative markets. In the European market, those are advanced markets. Advanced markets means the returns are low. Raw markets means the returns are what? Very high, extremely high. So people borrow money from those at 5-6% dollar interest. Invest here because the return is so high. I'll share some of the returns. They're able to pay the interest and remain with profits and then grow their portfolio comfortably. If it is profitable to borrow from here, invest, and you are okay. What more where it's cheaper? It's massive. So the placing of real estate ranking, as I said, it has to be controlled. Because if not controlled, we're in trouble. When I was working for the government tourism board many years ago, our colleagues who were in Livingstone office, we had networks of tourism colleagues. They were working at Sun Hotel and stuff like that. So the ladies on commission, Sun Hotel, they were on commission, a salary plus a commission. So they would rush to commit their commission to paying for land, a small 40 by 30 piece of land. The moment they finished paying from commission, now they had land, they quickly rushed to the bank to borrow and gave a contractor to finish building in 6 months. Basic, that time there were no towers, just basic ceiling and whatnot. And immediately they start reaping the returns to pay off the bank. And they were doing what is called short lets. Short lets, it's in the category of guest houses, unfurnished accommodation, and stuff, where you do the daily rates. But because they know that Livingstone at that time had shortage of accommodation in terms of guest houses and where there's Zika conference and stuff, they would make a lot of money to pay off the bank. They remain with an asset that is appreciating exponentially in value, eh? But they are also reaping very high from the returns that is there. So by the time the hotel is extending a contract, they're making a decision whether to remain in the hotel or just, let me just go and run my asset so that I can build another portfolio, and you move on like that. So whereas we are, not thinking about it as aggressively as we should, there is a clique that is reaping extremely high into this sector. Let me talk about housing a bit. But maybe before I talk about housing, let me just expose to some of the losses that we've made in our lives. So number one, when you have an asset like this one, let me use Brentwood as an example. The land at Brentwood, just the land, remove the buildings and everything, this land is a 40 by 30. That's the size of this land. A 40 by 30 in this area next to State House will cost someone about 1.2, 1.3 million kwacha. Probably, if not 2 million kwacha, about here, okay? I know that because my brother-in-law was just next door here. When it comes to assessing the returns in terms of best use, ideally, on this land without the building, if you bought this land, per month, you are supposed to get at least, if you are very careless, at least 1% of that value in your income. I don't know whether that mathematics is complicated. It's simple. So let's say it's 2 million kwacha. Land at Brentwood 2 million kwacha, and I'm the owner. I need to do something on this land that every month it's giving me 20,000 kwacha. If I'm very careless. Yeah? Yes. If I put assets, I build and whatnot, in my rental calculation, I need to make sure that my 20,000 kwacha is factored in, okay? Then now, the value of the asset itself, plus what the market is saying, which is a profit for me, equal to the rental that I will get for this asset. If you're not getting that, then you are in trouble. Your borrowings will be more than your returns. And eventually you hate the banks. Now, I said, let me tell you how careless we are. So, sorry, Chris, you are in my face. So if Chris has a car worth 600,000 kwacha, his car parked outside. Using this principle, he is supposed to be saving at least 6,000 kwacha per month for buying that car. Otherwise, he said it. Am I making sense? Said it. In other words, if you get an asset that is not performing to compensate any possible liabilities or problems, then that asset is a liability. Just dispose it. So when it comes to property, if you have land, or you are planning to get land or whatever it is, some of the things that you are thinking about is not where it has just opened. It is to do some of these numbers and say, look, how soon can I start getting my 1%? Later on, put up something that will give me my 30% or 10% or 15% so that I make sense out of this asset. Then now you are talking about now if you go to that language, you wonder where, let me talk about the Mukush farmers. You wonder where the Mukush farmers, they have gotten that land, about 100 hectares, on rent for 10 years. They have agreed with the original owner that I'll be paying rent for 10 years for farming on this. And the owner has just given land, that's all. No irrigation, no what. They are willing to put irrigation, to put things and so on and so forth, because their 1% just on land itself will give them about 15%. Later on, their produce, their what and whatnot, they will be getting a lot. By the 10th year, they will have made much more than the price of that land. In simple terms, if you hear, I'm also sitting on the government board called Public-Private Partnership. So if you hear PPP projects, one of them is clearly Unza Land, we know. East Park is on a PPP project for Unza Land. And some of you literally thinking how they work is build, operate, and hand over. So you build on my land, that's the government saying, build on my land, do your business for the next 30 years. After that, you exit. The rest remains mine. Now, it sounds as if it's a waste of money. Why should I build on someone's land? And then after 10 years, I give them for free, because it's for free, eh? I tell you, what you make in that period is probably 5, 6, 7 times than the purchase of that land using that same model. But let's not go into that detail. Let's spare it for next time. Let's concentrate on housing. I hope those who don't love mathematics are not stressed. Yeah, so that housing, and let me talk about housing. I think maybe let me wrongly assume that most of us are tending towards housing. So let me start with housing. So housing, I'll just give you market data. We have categorized the markets into the lowest end of the market. And I gave examples of these, which is like Garden, Chululu, Chazanga, Baulen, Kanyama. That's the lowest end of the market. How many minutes? 5? Yo, sorry. Anyway, when it's 5 minutes, I'll just walk out. So lowest end of the market, they have the highest returns. They give about 20 to 30% return. Now, this term of return is confusing. Eh? Just work out your annual rent, divide by your market value of the asset. As a percentage, you get your return. Okay? And I know my colleague, my friend, working for a bank, she went into these areas, bought the houses, the plots. Obviously, there are no plots, they are small finished houses. So she bought them, then put basic, and you know why the return is high? The construction cost is very low. So you just put, you don't need these aircon things and stuff, floor, and you rent per room. So she did that for, I think, about 5 porches with mudadada houses. How do you call mudadada houses in your language? Yeah. She was making twice the bank was demanding. And eventually she even just stopped working for the bank. I said, look, there is Lion something, go and buy. She says, no, that's not my market. My market is lowest end. That's why I want to niche. There are no vacancies. You just get an NRC people aligning, very simple, and you have your money through Airtel money. It's very, very high. Then we have a lower end. I said lowest, but lower end. Lower end is the Komboka type, part of the Chilenje type, part of the Chawama type, part of the Kawata site and service and stuff like that. They are competing in terms of returns. And those have no vacancies as well. You're talking about 20 to 25% returns. I put construction costs as well, just to give you an idea. So the lowest end, you're building it at about 300 to 500 kwacha per square meter. And that gives you a very, very top-notch return. Then the upper end, lower, which is giving you about 18 to 23% return. And that's about, we're talking about the Thorn Park, the Bama, the Kamwala South, and stuff like that. Sorry, the Chilenje, the Kabata type, the part of Mtendere that is towards the presidential housing place, PHI side. That was the upper lower. Then you have the middle lower. So the lower middle. So we're in the middle bracket now. So the lower, middle, and then, yeah. So the lower middle is in the Thorn Park, Bama, Kamwala, South. Those areas are giving a return of about 18 to 23%. Then the middle class is part of the Kablonga, the Madras. I'm using Lusaka. So for those on the Copper Belt, we can do a discussion. But I'm using Lusaka. So the Madras part of the Chalala, part of the Makeni, part of the Libala, part of the Midwood, part of the Olympia extension, and you're getting a very good leverage of about 17 to 22%. And these percentages you can compare with a bond, how the bond is performing with this, because the bond is risk-free. This is also in the same category. And you make a decision on what you want to make a call. Just don't forget to compare the capital appreciation. In your bond, if you put in 1 million and your interest is about 20%, 5 years you have made twice. The principle is the same. When you invest into this, 5 years on the same premise, you have made twice. But what has happened to your capital value of your asset? That's where the issue is. Then the middle upper is part of Kablonga, part of Chalala, Makeni, Fairview, part of Ibex Hill, the middle upper. Then the lower high, and this is yielding about 15 to 20%. The lower high end is doing, that's now in the high end bracket. The lower high end is doing about 13 to 18%. We're talking about Long Acres, Rhodes Park, Olympia, and the like. Just giving you an idea of what we're talking about. And these are doing, some of them are pushing up to 20, but others are doing 13, 18, and stuff like that. This is housing. Then the high-end market is the Executive Long Acres, the Sunningdale, the Prospect Hill, which is this area behind UTH, the Woodlands area where we are, and stuff like that. And they are pushing also between 10 to 20%. Depends on how you have done your portfolio. The construction cost is also reflective of what you are doing. It's not the 500 kwacha per square meter. Yeah. Then the ultra high-end market, the top Sunningdale, where there's State House here, that side, State Lodge, Shwema, Bonanza, Eureka, name them. Those are conservative between 10 to 20% as well. And the construction cost is very high. But the quantum of returns in terms of the actual funds, it's extremely high in the high end, very, very high. So there you are, that's your market. We have other, let me finish, now I'll start asking for time now. So we have on the commercial space, which is the highest yielding, it's commercial properties. You have a shop in Kamwala South, you know, it's never vacant. People are fighting for them. Your rentals, it's the owner's market. If you don't want it, sorry. You're just testing the market up to where they will end. My office, my shop, which is a 5 by 8 meters, which is 40 square meters, I'm renting it for 15 pin. If you don't want, go. Then another one will come and offer 20 pin until you saturate a market at 30 pin. So your market says, I can't take more than 30 pin. A small office goes. I mean, the small shop goes. The primary of it is, number one, the location of the shop. Number two, the traffic where the shop is located. Number three, the construction cost is basically nothing. It's just walls and floor, not tiles. The owners are the ones that are doing the fit outs. So very, very high, super normal returns. Then we have the offices, we have the retail, we have the industrial, we have the warehousing. Warehousing, we are in trouble in Zambia. We have a massive shortage of warehousing. And none of us are interested in going into that space. I don't know, for whatever reason. I think maybe because we haven't started with housing yet. So we are scared of the where part. Then we have logistics park. I am running a logistics park in Kafue Road, York Commercial Park, you know. So I'm very familiar with this. But these are big boxes for big people. I'm sure the Kanban is, yeah. Then you have the parking yards. You just need a plot along Kabwe Road. Fence it off, do toilets, do crushed stones, and make it a parking yard. Trucks will come and park. The rentals there is per truck, a rate. So if you have 30 trucks and you're doing $500 per week, you're smart. Massive market, unentered, unexplored, but it's there. Then you have hospitality, lodges, hotels, guest houses, which gives you daily rate income and stuff like that. The goodness with this is that you surrender the assets, give your rights and privileges to the off-taker. Then they are doing what they want in the sector that you have said. And then you agree a premium rental or lease return, and you're good. You don't need to run it. Obviously, if you run it to take your life into it, you are changing your career. But you are a real estate developer. We just provide the facilities, then people run it. I know there was a circular, I think one of the circulars at Bank of Zambia many years ago, prohibiting banks, I think limiting on how much they can invest in property in terms of owning the property. I think they have even removed that you shouldn't own. I'm not sure, I need to catch up with that. Simply because it was competing interest. So most of the insurance buildings you see, the bank buildings you see are not owned by the brand you see. There's a developer who has just developed and said, do what you want. Give me a check and I'm done. Okay? Then we have the housing estates. Now this is pooling of housing estates. We have boarding houses, I've spoken about it. It's a very, very big market. Those who are involved in boarding houses are just singing Krustin song. They are not even worried about promotion. No. Just a 36 Krustin song. Yeah, because you are charging not rental, bed space. Yeah, one room, if you have 4 beds, at 1,200 kwacha per bed, one room gives you the rent for the whole property somewhere. So it's up to you. As I said, I'll give you information. What you do with it, don't quote me. Yeah, then we have farms and estates for leasing long term. I think I've mentioned that. But the key questions which I will now close with is, where do you start from? I think I liked Daniel. You need to have an intentional idea that my end game is when I sign a contract for my employment, painful as it will be, I'll start looking for a piece of land. Yeah, my wife and I got one the first year of our marriage. We just didn't want to risk. First year of our marriage, we borrowed, paid 45,000 kwacha. It was 50,000 kwacha negotiated for 45,000 kwacha. That was 7 acres. After our firstborn was in grade 5, the 45,000 kwacha property was worth 750,000 kwacha. I borrowed 45,000 kwacha. I paid about 60,000 kwacha to Stanchart. And they were happy, I was happy. So I was happy. Yeah, so therefore you don't postpone. Yes, you don't postpone. Procrastination is the evil of all nations. You start. You don't need to have money to start. You need to have the idea so that it drives you to start mobilizing resources. Otherwise, when you have money, you say, what else? You'll be emotional. And money with emotions, you know the behavior. So because it's long-term project, it's not sweets and biscuits you're selling. As I said, those other businesses, for the big boys and girls, some of them I'm looking at, whatever they are doing, they are pulling into real estate investments. Yeah. I am not aware of anyone who has attempted to get into that book I spoke about, high net worth individuals, right? Who does not have at least 40% of their portfolio in property. No one. Literally no one. The ones involved in plastic businesses, the ones involved in fertilizer, the ones we were talking about wonderful group, those are my clients, colleagues. You mention, and I will tell you the portfolio they have, which they have not told you. Yeah. And they will not tell you, by the way. So where do you start from? From thinking about it, develop the idea, then plan to aggressively kick off. Especially my encouragement is enter into the lower market. Matero, Rilanda, those markets that will make you smile so that you start growing your ambition. If you're doing 30% return, 20% return, you pull it. Remember, these investments are not to be treated with emotions. If you are balancing your portfolio, so you have 2-3 houses in Ilanda and in Chululu, and then you see an opportunity in Chalala, near ICU invest for boarding houses. Maximize the return, put quality tenants, put your profile nicely, sell it at a high price, exit. That's why I remember I spoke about exit. So that you can get the Chalala, build and finish and start reaping the boarding house dividends, which people will not tell you about. Yes. So don't be emotional. No, this is the, what do you call it? This is my father's, then. It's something that we cannot part away with. No. We have mansions in heaven. Anything on earth we can part away with. Where do you get the money from? This is something not to play around. You are not going to ask for money from a friend, boy, give me transport money. You need to work hard. Yes. There is no alternative. You need to work hard, work smart, innovate. I was involved in, like I think my brother said, well, we're mobilizing funds for we entered the small scale business parts, SMEs. So one of the women came, said, give me a business idea. So I just jokingly looked at her. She was in distress, widow, whatnot, and said, look, mommy, start from here. We have floods in Kanyama. Yeah? Floods in Kanyama. A quick one I can tell you. Go to ZNS, who are working with the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit. And then tell them that I will provide the Amasaka. When I say sacks, it sounds better, but Amasaka. Yeah. So get the sacks from City Market, 5 kwacha per sack. Get about 2,000-3,000 sacks. Once you get those sacks, go to Katuba, put sand in there. Then sell them to the disaster and the ZNS. Go and demonstrate with the generals. When they see it working, people are crossing. When they give you an order, come, we'll finance you. She did that. She never even came back. We financed, paid off. One, she's Mr. Katongo, it was nice doing business with you. Tried to call her, Madam, how are you doing? Who is calling? We know your ex. We know your ex. So my point is, innovate. Yeah, don't stick to your salary and yet don't leave your salary undone, untouched. Stress your salary so that you really resolve the issue because you have a problem to resolve. The problem is that you don't have long-term life in terms of financial stability. So you need to resolve that problem. In fact, I would have said the first issue is to realize that you have a problem, which you need to deal with. If you don't deal with that problem, or don't realize you are in a problem, you are homeless. Most of us are homeless. Then you need to start addressing that. Okay, that's number one. So work hard so that you create savings. Number two, there are affordable loans, ensuring that each loan creates an asset that is performing. And now you can tell that you're not going to be careless in getting the loans. You're not going to borrow carelessly. Before you borrow, you do your numbers and you do your market studies that what I'm going to invest in, at the barest minimum, worst case scenario, should give me this, which I should cover the loan. So when we borrow in finance, we say the asset should always appreciate more than the exposure, more than the loan that you have, so that you deal with that. No business I know, for my past 20 to 30 years of experience in business, no business I know has survived without borrowing. Yeah. Biggest businesses have assets and what? Liabilities. Yeah, the term liability is just English. It's borrowing. Yeah. The other one is pooling of funds. So pooling of funds, you can use your colleague, your friends, boy, let's do it. And now, because of our culture doesn't have we are not accustomed to working together and putting things together. You sign what are called joint venture agreements. And if you're going to invest in Ilanda, in Chilulu and whatnot, under that pooling of funds with your friends, you are pooling of funds with your friends with the intention of exiting, so that you don't create family pressures. So that's one of the ways. Let me rush. Partnerships is another one. Joint ventures have created. But you need to really be intentional in creating businesses that will finally land you in the real estate buffer, so that you can have long-term investment and income stability. I think I could have given you much more, but allow me to end here in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Elder Gatongo, before you leave, just before you leave.
Just give me more time.
Of course. First of all, a round of applause to him once again. I'll tell you this, and I'll be very bluntly honest. I am a pessimist, and I have been a pessimist when it comes to real estate investments. I've been scolded many times because I was, no, I don't like the returns. I don't see the returns. But after today, I'd be foolish to not invest in real estate, because this has been really insightful and has given us some insights that I don't think we take into consideration, really, especially when we're talking about real estate and the returns that it gives us. And I love the fact that he broke it down to the extent where he compared real estate and compared it to bonds and what we are running to these days, and showed us the real value in terms of, well, if you invested in real estate, this is where the difference lies. And so if you were listening, I hope that your notepad was really working. Now, you said something that I would like to just experiment with the crowd that we have here, right? The lady from Chilulu, you said you had a conversation with her, you picked her and you looked at her and you said, listen, this is something you can invest in. I'd like to pick one person from the crowd. One. And we're going to see if there's a direction that you can tell them to say, based on this information that you give us, go invest into this, and this is this something we can do? Is this something we can do? Okay, great. So we're going to pick one person from the crowd. Now, I'd love to, I don't know, and I'm trying to figure out a criteria to which we're going to pick on this person. But I'm going to randomly pick on Chikakula Banda. Let's pick on Chikakula Banda.
Yeah, what question to ask him? Okay, so Chikakula Banda? From the north and east, same time.
Yes.
Chikakuleni Banda. So what's your idea of the type of business that you want to enter into? Or what are you looking at to resolve?
Poverty.
Do you have the capital?
No, I don't.
Do you have the idea?
Yes.
Share with us the idea. Oh, it's private.
No. Ideas are.
Okay, so let me not stress you. So you have the idea that to create transformation from poverty to
Wealth.
wealth, eh?
Yes.
One of the ways I would propose you earn your income. You are humble?
Yes.
Yes. So you can, this is fundraising. It's nothing to do with your ambition or your type of work you love, or the focus is to raise your income. So one of the ways you can raise your income is to go to City Market, become an agent for the farmer. Look for their market, be faithful, deliver on the promise. So you have a market as the buyer and the seller, and you are in there to facilitate. Then your commission, no matter how low, will start growing up. My friend lost the father when we were in grade 5. Later on, the mother when he was in grade 9. He went to Kenya to school, primary school. Then he came in grade 9 when the mother died. And he had the bigger family deserted, ran away. They had a small house in Libala South where the parents left. So he says, what do I do to resolve this? So he went to Chachacha Road and he spoke to the Indian, those wholesalers, and said, look, I want to bring customers here. Give me commission. So they said, if you bring customers, we'll give you 10% commission. He went to Libala back and told the mothers, don't go to orders. I'll bring them here at the same price as the shop. So the first trips, the owners of the shops, because of trust, they sent with him the goods. When they sent, he delivered. Those people paid on delivery. He went to the shop, they cut a 10% until they trusted him. And then the end of the market as well heard that there is a person who is buying for people and whatnot. That time it was not common. And now it's happening with City Market, but that time it was not common. So he did that, and his passion was selling cars. So he made money, bought one car, Japanese.com, and sold. And that's how he moved up to a point where he sponsored his sibling to Russia for training at $30,000. So are you willing to go that low in starting to mobilize resources? I give you a challenge.
That was, I mean, the challenge is yours, Chikakula. Thank you so much, Audakatongo. I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe one more. One more. Sorry? So I know that he touched on a few questions, and obviously we have ideas and there's things that we'd like to solve, right? I'd like to pick on a lady, any lady. Do you have a lady that has something? And then let's see, just in a short stint. And then from there, we can get into the plenary and just ask a few questions.
Is it good morning? Good morning. Is it good afternoon already? Good morning. My name's this is Kana. I do a Kamini grocery shop, and I have few houses which are not completed, so I'm struggling how. And with your topic, I really felt it was a good one. So I think I'll be more encouraged on how I can really go ahead and develop.
Thank you. That's a easy one. So the houses you have are where?
I have have two here in Osaka,
Where in Lusaka?
in Hillview, Chalala.
Right.
Yes.
And where?
And then one in Choma.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so let me pick up from the housing, then we go to the shop. So the first aspect is, right now, I wish Monga was there, I can't see him. At church, there's a Odamajele Busiku. The point is, Zambia National Building Society, they have the funding. So if you have built up to window level, so now you know the value of your plot, right?
Yes.
And the value of your plot has been enhanced, not enhanced. Enhanced by what you have built on top, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if Hillview, right now, Hillview is under stress with rentals.
It
Okay?
is, it
If
is.
you put the rentals at 5,000, they will go. They are pushing them to 7, 5, 6 right now. So if you moved to building society and look at this, give me what is called capital release. They will hold your title, give you immediate capital release to finish your building, and stagger your loan with them to such an extent that the interest you are paying is from your rentals, and you have unlocked, at least you have an asset that is performing. Now with that, you said you have two.
Yes.
So on one plot, you can get the capital release to finish other plots as well, because you have done your part. Okay? So now when you do that, even if they hold one title, the rest are completed and performing. Should the devil move in your life, you lose one house. The rest are done and completed and you are top performing. That's number one. Number two, then on your grocery store, don't put stressful cash flows on the business. Know your market territory and the maximum you can reach as you steadily grow. Because if you put too much pressure, it's going to cause you to do what is called over trading, where you want to be borrowing more to supply more, but at a very lower margin, which will not sustain your borrowing costs. And eventually, you regret and hate borrowing. So move it in such a way that you indigenously grow your capital to respond to the 30% of the top market or the total market. So if the market is saying, give us 300 Boom or Geisha or Protex soap. Yeah? Protex, right?
Protect
Yeah.
soap, yes.
I want to say protest. So give us that market. You drop that by 30-40% as your cap so that you leave room for growth. When you do that, you are unbundling your potential and increasing your market portfolio to increase your income so that when you open another shop, it will not be stressed. The appetite is you see these big orders moving and the temptation to participate is very high. When you don't know that you are not yet there to meet the demands of that market, you cause market frustration, market hatred, and no one will want to even come to you. So you need to give that room so that you are not stressed. But for the houses, I think it's a game plan.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
I really appreciate it.
Now I can let go of Elder Katongo, but a round of applause to him, please. I believe that it is very important that when we have such conversations, they become practical. And I don't think there's anything more practical than us breaking it down the way that we have. So if you're listening and just somebody else who also has property that is unfinished, there was message for you. If you have a business and you're struggling in how to grow it, there's a message for you. If you want to enter a market, there's a message for you in there as well. And there's so much to learn in terms of what you could learn and become in the real estate sector. So I think a round of applause to him once again. Now at this moment, we're going to, because we're a bit behind time, so we're not going to go and take too much of time, but we also need to step and relax our legs just a little bit. 5 minutes. I'll just ask that we stretch for 5 minutes and then come back inside. And when we come back, we're going to then have a conversation on the capital markets. And this is going to be given to us by Elijah Cabaso. So from there, of course, we've learned now about real estate. Now we're going to capital markets, where else you could learn about your money growing and the percentage caps and all of that in terms of how much your money can grow. So I look forward to having that conversation. But for now, let's take 5 minutes, stretch our legs, and then when we come back, we'll be able to have a bit of a conversation on that. And then also, just before we step out, we're not going to have a snack break, but there's lunch that is going to be served. So after the last session, we'll then be able to have lunch here. So you can take a break, and then we'll see you in 5 minutes.
But as the elder was presenting, I'm drawn to spaces where maybe along the new dual carriageway that you put space where trucks can park and you charge a rent per truck. That's new. Yeah.
Okay. So is this something that you're most likely going to do going forward?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to pick on one more person to just pick on what is it that you've learned here today that you hadn't known before?
So for me, being a pharmacy student, Dr. Kawani said something like practice. The practical part about a profession is supposed to be the entrance, and then the business part is supposed to be the exit. I've taken that one personal. I have taken that one personal because he's right about the poverty part of the practice thing and everything. I think the life that is just there, everyone is the same. So I think I'll use my license. I'm taking that one personal.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to take every lesson that we're learning from here today very personal, because everything that we're learning and everything that we're hearing about is extremely personal to each one's individual success. So, how many of us still remember what our theme for today is? What is our theme? Our theme today is making the most of our skills and talents. It is important to make the most of our skills and talents. As we have learned, talents and skills are not necessarily just limited to what you can do. It's also limited or can be enhanced towards the knowledge that you gain and how you use that knowledge. And that knowledge that we're learning here today, that we're gaining from us today, how we can use it and how best we can learn from it. So our next speaker, allow me to just look at our program 1 second. Our next speaker is Elijah Kabaso. So in this conversation, we're going to be speaking on navigating capital markets investments in Zambia. So now, many of us that are Brentwoodians will know who Elijah is, and many of us have related with him. Last year, he was our comms leader, and most recently, he just got married. Congratulations to you. And so we may know who he is, but away from that, I think it would be very important for us to just break down into who he is. So for Birdham, in terms of who he is, Elijah C. Kabaso is a Zambian investment professional and the president of the Capital Markets Association of Zambia, where he works with regulators, market institutions, and industry practitioners to promote the development, integrity, and growth of Zambia's capital markets. His role at the Capital Markets Association of Zambia focuses on market development, policy engagement, investor education, professional capacity building, and cross-border collaboration to position the capital markets as a driver of long-term economic growth. I hope that in this conversation today, we can be positioned as drivers of long-term economic growth. A round of applause for Elijah, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Okay, that's better, that's better. So my name is Elijah Kawaso. I'm here from the Capital Markets Association of Zambia. Many of you may have seen two gentlemen outside there, so please do feel free to pass through the desk and get a little more information beyond what I'll share here. And what we'll be doing is just sharing insights on how we can grow. Now, allow me to read a little inspiring story. How many of you have come across a name called Ronald Reed? Okay, how many? So 1, 2, how many? Others? 3? Okay, so for the sake of the many others that haven't, allow me to read a very brief story, and perhaps it will inform into some of the conversations we'll have. There was once a man from the United States called Ronald Reed. After finishing his service in the World War II, he took up a job at a service petrol station where he would fill up people's cars with gas petrol. So this is someone that works at, Total or Puma in Zambia, right? He did this for 25 years. 25 years he did this. He then worked at a part-time job as a caretaker at the department store for 17 years. So he worked for a total of about 42 years, doing very lowly jobs. During his whole work life, he never earned much money from his jobs. Many of his friends were poor. Ronald was different. Whilst he never earned a lot of money, he did manage to save a little bit of money he earned. It was these small savings that helped Ronald do something remarkable. It was until Ronald died in 2014. So this is just about 12 years ago, isn't it? At the age 92, so he lived a very long life. That people realized just how remarkable he was. So remember, he was a janitor, caretaker, very menial jobs. But when he died, the people that were looking after his estate, there's what is called the Isambo for Tefio. Zambia, yeah. So that is an Isambo in the United States. And they discovered that he had secretly amassed $8 million. $8 million. How much is that in our currency today? That's about 160 million kwacha. Assuming that the rate is 20 kwacha per dollar. 160 million kwacha for a person that was working as a janitor. Now, Ronald's wishes were very interesting. He had given 4.8. He had said that of this money that I've amassed, the $8 million, 4.8 of it should go to a local hospital, about 1.2 million to a local library, and the remaining 2 million went to his sons, caregivers, and family. So he gave only about 25% of his wealth to people that he was related to. It is believed that the only person who knew about his investments was his wife, and she had died before he did. So this is a very inspiring story, isn't it? And many of us earn a lot more than janitors do. And therefore, making money, amassing wealth is not about how much you earn, but it's about how much you keep, how much you have left over after you invest. I'll start with this is the outline of our presentation today. We'll have a little spiritual reflection because we're in a church, right? I don't want to step too much on Trump religion, but it is part of our conversations. We'll talk about why Christians, as Christians, should care about investing. We'll talk about the importance of understanding what to invest in. We'll talk about the cost of planning for the future. We'll talk about, the capital markets and what we do. I'm sure you've seen the placard here, and what my fellow gentlemen are doing outside there. We'll talk about an overview of other investment decisions, right? We heard from Elder Katongo about investments in property, but we'll talk about other investments as well, what could be considered and what we could do. And it's important that beyond talking, we should walk the talk, isn't it? Beyond us having a spiritual and very nice time here, we should also have practical steps on how we can be like the Ronald Read of Zambia. And then obviously we'll have some conversations about what we could do and a few questions if you may have any. Scripture in Proverbs 21 verse 5 has this to say, that the plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but everyone who is hasty comes only to poverty. People were talking about poverty and how much it's something to be avoided, right? No one wants to be poor, isn't it? Actually, investing is so important that all of us are gathered here to try to avoid it, to avoid poverty. And so the Bible says that the plans of the diligent will lead to abundance. It will lead to us having a lot more to save and a lot more to fall back on. And this verse reminds us that careful planning, patience, discipline, and biblical principles that naturally extend to saving and investing. It's important. People plan for weddings. I did plan for a wedding, and here I am. People plan for school fees. I was talking to a mother who was talking about how the kid will be graduating the next 3 years from high school. But most of us don't plan to just live a life beyond work. Most of us, there'll be a time that we won't have as much energy as we do. And we need something to fall back on, something to work for us even as we live. So the purpose of our conversation today, and it's a conversation, it's not a sermon, it's a conversation. It really wants to demystify, investing from a faith-based perspective. We want to talk about what's available in our country and what we can actually do beyond property, beyond anything that we may be aware of. What can we consider? And to encourage us, just like Ronald Reed, to encourage us to make investments and really to promote wisdom, stewardship, and understanding. We're very grateful that the stewardship department thought of this to give. And attending service yesterday, he mentioned that we're not only interested in you giving tithes, right? We're also interested in you being able to afford the tithe that you're going to give. Because some people might not be able to give because they don't have much to give. And so we need to equip them with the skills for them to have this money. 1 Corinthians 4 verse 2 says that, moreover, it is required of stewards that they be found faithful. We need to be faithful stewards. Faithful stewards means that most of the things that we amass, whether you're going to have a car, land, all these things, we're going to leave them someday, isn't it? But we're also on this side of earth. Let's have a comfortable life. That's what we're going to talk about today. So God owns everything. Money is a tool and not a master. So let us use things to please people and not use people to please things. So investing is about preparing for future needs. It's about supporting family, community, and church, and also creating the capacity to give and serve. As I said, once we have a lot more Ronald Reeds, we'll have a lot more to get as a church. Maybe the building across will be finished in record time because people will have amassed so much to be able to give towards it. As I said, Ronald Reed ended his life at 92 with a net worth of 160 million kwacha, and he gave about 90 million to the church and in a hospital, because maybe he was passionate about health. If you're a passionate Christian, maybe you give that money to the church so that we can advance God's word and beyond. Now, we're going to talk about the importance of understanding what you invest in. It's important that before you're able to invest in anything, you know what you're investing in, isn't it? There's a lot of schemes that people have been drawn into, and people have lost a lot of money off it. But what's important is understanding what you're investing in. Now, Warren Buffett is one of the richest men on this planet. He is a multi-billionaire, not a millionaire in kwacha, but a billionaire in dollars. And he has this to say. He says that never invest in a business you cannot understand. Never invest in a business you cannot understand. I saw a man when I walked in. He had something at the back of his top. He says "billionaire farmer," and I like that. That's the man there. We all want to be billionaires, isn't it? It would make life much easier, isn't it? We don't have to, But to be a billionaire and to be a millionaire, we have to work as hard to ensure that we get there. And that's what we need. Investing is not gambling. It's not like BolaBet. People might know about BolaBet and all those things, but investing is not about gambling. It's about understanding. What are you putting your money in? How is the money going to grow? How much money are you going to get out of it? How much money are you going to spend to get the money that you're going to earn? That's what investing is about. Careful planning, careful investing, and understanding what's happening. Proverbs 18 verse 15 has this to say, that the heart of the discerning acquires knowledge. Those that want to discern a lot, those that want to know much, need to acquire knowledge. We need to know what we want to invest in before we do invest. So you need to know everything that's involved. Don't be taken by surprise by anything that's going to happen to you, because that way, you'll be preserving your money. Now, I'll share a personal story before I talk about this slide. Growing up, I was born in around Kawata area. Luckily, my father worked for a company called ZNPF before it changed to what we call now NAPSA. And so he worked there for a number of years. And then because they were making transitions from ZNPF to NAPSA, he was retrenched. Now, retrenchment means that you go the following day to work and then you're told that your services are not required anymore. That was a very painful experience for him. It was very painful, and he had a wife, he had 3 kids, of which I'm the third, and he made some drastic decisions about how he was going to live his life going forward. And this was just in the year 2000. At that time, he was, in his early 40s. Now, the comforting thing is that ever since, he has never worked, right? He has never worked. He hasn't gotten any job. And yet, I'm here speaking to you about capital markets. What did he do? Luckily, in his early years, and he did not, earn a very big job. He was just an accountant in the finance department. But in his early years, he was putting away some money for a rainy day. Because of this, he did not, I only knew my father to be able to buy a car when I was a little older, right? So he did not own a car, but he had some investments that were able to accord us a comfortable life even after he was retrenched. Not retired, but retrenched. And a lot of things can happen. Anything can happen to anyone at any given point in time. You may wake up the following day and you have a very chronic illness that doesn't allow you to be able to work. Anything can happen to anyone. The quote here says that if you do not find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. If you don't find a way to make money whilst you sleep, you will work until you die. Imagine being 90 years old and having to go to work because you don't have anywhere to get money from. And so these conversations are not for anyone else. They are for each and every one of us in here. That we should make a plan around how we're going to be able to make money even whilst we're sleeping, and be able to afford for our families whenever anything happens to us. If we do not save and invest intentionally, we'll be working well out into our old age, out of necessity. There are people that, not that I'm blaming them or not that I'm looking down on them, but there are people that are very advanced in age and they talk about having to go to work. And it's not a very good experience. Some of the old people actually, depend on people having to give them some money just for them to be able to get by. It's not a good thing to always ask for money. You need to be financially independent. And, you miss out the opportunities of building a legacy. Like Ronald Reed, who had amassed 160 million kwacha at the time that he was dying. So indeed, those who do not save during their working years will pay the price in their old age. And you may not have the same energy, you may not have the same zeal that you have today, you may not be able to do as much that you're able to do today, and therefore it's important that we plan for such eventualities. So retirement is not an age. As I mentioned, my father, the retirement age in Zambia is about 60, isn't it? Hello? Right? It's about 60, between 55 and 65. Others, normal retirement is 60, late retirement is 65. Retirement is not about an age. It's about making a decision that, okay, I do not want to have to call someone sir. Every time that I would come from high school, and I talk to dad, he says, one of the things I'm excited about is that I don't have to call anyone boss in my life. I just sleep, earn a little money from rental income. as was spoken to by the previous presenter, and I get by. I'm able to afford my own food. I'm able to have, a decent life. That's what everyone wants, a decent life. And so we need to be able to make small and consistent steps every day. As I said, Ronald Reed is a perfect example because he did not have a million kwacha to start investing. No, from his little money that he was earning as a cleaner, janitor, as a cleaner, he was able to make small steps and small investments, and the money accorded him financial freedom in later life. Now, most of us have seen that picture, isn't it? What do we see there? Or what comes to mind when we see the picture there, if you're able to see it? Soweto Market, right? Soweto Market. It's a market, isn't it? That's where people buy tomatoes, they buy onions, they buy a number of things. And the capital market is a similar concept. This is where people, in the Soweto Market, who are the people that meet there? People that have something to sell, which is tomato, and people that have something to buy, which is the tomato itself, right? The capital markets is a similar concept. It's people that are meeting each other, people that want to save, and people that want to borrow that money to be able to put it to good use. And these are platforms for people that want to grow money over the long term. So it's not money that, and obviously you can lend money to someone and they give it back to you after a month. But the best investors, if you want to be Ronald Reed, you need to think long term, not short term. Don't invest in something and expect that you have a lot of money tomorrow. You need to be very, very patient in your investing. And so these are platforms for people that want to save over the long term and people that want to borrow money over the long term. Businesses need capital. The government, for it to have all those things that they spend on in terms of deploying workers, teachers, and nurses in all these places, they need money, right? And a way to raise that money is to come on the market. And the people that are going to give that money are the people like you yourselves in this place. That are the future Ronald Reeds, who are going to be able to invest in government bonds, in money that you lend to a business, in a lot of things that allow you to be able to invest. So these markets are both locally. In Zambia, we have things like the Lusaka Securities Exchange. Around the world, we have the New York Stock Exchange. All these are platforms that allow people that want to save and that want to borrow money to come together so that economies can grow. In the event that you do not supply the money, then people that want use for that money will not be able to have that money. And therefore, we need to be able to save over the long term. The first thing I'd like to talk about is shares. How many of us go to ShopRite? Right? Most of us know ShopRite, isn't it? But you know, ShopRite has owners, people that make money off you going to ShopRite to buy their things. And the good thing with the market is that it allows you to be able to be an owner in a business. Some of you may not be able to have the time, let alone the time, to be able to invest and start a Kantemba somewhere. But you can start a Kantemba at a large scale. There's Zanaco. Zanaco offers shares on the Lusaka Securities Exchange. It ensures that people are able to benefit. Now, what do you benefit by owning shares? First of all, you have the ownership, so you own part of the business. And then secondly, the benefits that you get out of that is, first of all, dividends. Whenever Zanaco make profits, and a few years ago, they made a profit of like 2 billion kwacha. It means that when that 2 billion kwacha comes, they'll give you your portion, proportionate to how much you put in. And over time, there was a time that ShopRite, and I'm only saying these names because they're the closest to us, right? There was a time that ShopRite was with a value of about 60 kwacha for a long period of time, right? And now when you go to the market and you want to buy a share in ShopRite, it's as high as 330 kwacha per share. Means it's almost what? Increased fivefold. So these are the benefits. You are able to invest over the long term. You get some money. And as the previous presenter said, it's also a hedge against inflation. things are getting expensive over time. There was a time when my parents, for example, were able to rent a house for 20 kwacha, right? That was in the 1990s. Now rentals are north of 4,000, 5,000 kwacha for a decent house of the same capacity. So we need to be able to invest. But beyond that, beyond what's in Zambia, because sometimes things in Zambia happen that may be against your favor and they may reduce your value. You need to be able to invest outside Zambia as well. We use Facebook every day. Do you know how Facebook makes its money, by the way? Every time you go to Facebook, you look at an ad. People pay to be able to advertise on Facebook. We know a lot of businesses, even in Zambia, that pay Facebook to advertise there, isn't it? And if you have the money to invest in shares like Facebook, you can benefit by it increasing in value over time or you receiving dividends. So these are things that are fairly close to us and things that we need to consider going forward. So shares is one of the ways that you can grow your money. Another way is fixed income. And fixed income is government debt, so you can lend money to the government. I know we've talked about bonds before. This is essentially just you agreeing with someone saying that, okay, I have excess money right now. I may not have use for it, but let me lend the money to you, and then you'll be able to give it back to me at such an interest rate, right? So these are things that we should be able to consider. You'll be receiving your coupons on a 6-month basis. And perhaps before we go further, just going back to equities, how do you do this? Because beyond this information, it's important that people actually do it, isn't it? Right? You can own shares by, first of all, you need to open a brokerage account. There are a number of brokers, and some of them, my colleagues outside there, are ready to advise you on which ones you could consider. Another way is looking at a unit trust that offers equity funds. I see one of the providers within the building, and I'm sure you'll be able to interact with her, or she'll be able to introduce herself to you so that you can actually have these conversations about how you can grow your money. For government bonds, you're lending money to the government. The government needs a lot of money to be able to pay for a number of things. And so a way that you can take advantage is to lend money to them, right? And they'll give it back to you over a period of time. Every 6 months, you'll be receiving your coupon. There are also what are called term deposits, where you lend money to a bank, because the banks, lend to businesses and people that are in need of money. But they also need someone to get the money from, isn't it? It says that they're a company that is organized enough to be able to pull money from a lot of people and be able to lend. So these are things that we could consider. And how do you do this? For government bonds, there's a website, www.bankboz.zm. Once you get there, there is a portal for people that want to invest in government bonds. And we're happy to have such conversations with you at a later time so that you can actually make decisions towards investing. Proverbs 13 verse 11 has this to say that wealth gained hastily will dwindle, but whoever gathers little by little will increase it. And we did see a perfect example of that in Ronald Reed. If we are to amass wealth, if we are to be rich, we have to gather money little by little. And these are ways in which we can gather money over time. I won't spend a lot of time on property because I think the previous presenter elaborated very intimately on this topic. But this is another avenue that we can grow money over time. Your property can increase over time in terms of value, and you also be receiving rentals whenever they fall due. I'm a person that's benefited honestly from such investments made by my parents. That's what educated me, and that's what accorded me to be able to speak to you about this investment. So these are not things that are very far from us. These are things that are practical and can help us in our daily living. The last thing I'd like to speak about, which is a kind of investment, is commodities. Zambia is an economy or the country that is driven by commodities. We export a lot of copper. We have a lot of gold mines in Mufumwe, right? But not many of us will be able to just go to Mufumwe and mine, isn't it? Some of us have jobs. Otherwise, we'll just notice that people are not showing up for work on Monday because they've gone to Mufumbo, isn't it? Right? But this is a way that you can invest in such things. You know, there are things called ETFs, things that track the price of copper. There was a time that copper, early last year, 1 metric ton of copper was going for about 9,000 kwacha, $9,000, sorry. And now it's about close to $13,000, meaning that it's grown over time, isn't it? And there's a way that you can ensure that you invest in such things. Some of the things will be coming to our market, but some of the options are outside our market. And you need to be very flexible to entertain both ideas. Find a way that you can actually invest in such things. There are people that have ranches, farms here, and a cow gives birth, is it once a year? Maybe goats do twice a year. Those are things that grow wealth over time. Some of the examples that we have seen in the Bible are people that, like Jacob, who multiplied their wealth just by rearing goats and sheep and all those things. And these are things we should consider even in our work. Now, it's important to, even as you're doing these things, don't just say that, okay, the presenter talked about goats. Let me just go 100% into goats or 100% into. There's a lot of things that happen over time. Maybe you might be fairly closer to retiring. You may need a little more cash. You may need to consider your age. You may need to consider a lot of things. And therefore, it's important that you look at your age, you look at your income, you look at risk tolerance. There are people that are just happy. There are people that are just happy with looking at property in its physical state. And that's the way that they'll be comfortable with money, right? But there are people that can take a little more risk, can invest in shares because they know that it's going to grow over time. Remember, don't think of growing your money in the next 30 minutes. That is gambling, right? Be patient because little by little, the money will grow over time. And therefore, it's always important to consider a lot of things before you invest. And Ecclesiastes has this to say that, invest in 7 ventures. Yes, in 8. You do not know what disaster may come upon the land. You do not know what will happen to you. And therefore, please do take your time in understanding what you're going to invest in. And also understand yourself as a person before you make any of these investments. Now, this was a picture that I took when I visited a country, but I think it's representative of what we need to consider when we're investing. And I came up with a quote, which says that the journey to 1 billion kwacha begins with 1 ngwe. Right? The journey to 1 billion kwacha begins with 1 ngwe. For you to have 1 billion kwacha, you need a lot of ngwes. If you remove 1 ngwe, you won't have 1 billion kwacha, isn't it? And therefore, we need to grow your money little by little. So start where you are. Don't wait for you to be able to get a promotion from work or for you to have a lot of, or for you to have kids to take care of, or for you to have a lot of things to start where you are, and then always seek the advice of people that are licensed to give you advice. People like Elder Katongo, people like myself, people like, I'll have to pick on you, Mubanga, but people like Mubanga Nundwe, she works at a company that is able to give advice to people that want to invest. What's important, when I have a headache, right? When I have a headache, what do? I go to the doctor because the doctor has spent a lot of time in school to learn how headaches work and what is going to be given to that person to feel better. And it's the same thing with investing. You don't have to do it alone. You can always have these conversations with people and ensure that you're able to get the best advice. And learn continuously, right? This workshop that we're having is a good thing. I'm sure the leader would think about other ways that they can engage us so that we can continue learning and growing, and even as we make decisions. And then lastly, pray for wisdom in financial decisions. Don't just go for it, but always seek the advice. Should I go into this? Pray about it, and then you'll be better off even as we go. So in closing, I would like to leave you with these remarks, that investing is not about greed, right? Investing is about being stewards. Remember the story of the person with 5 talents and 2 talents and 1 talent, right? It's not about the 5-talented person didn't say that, no, I want to just be wealthy. I want everywhere where I pass, they should know that, I'm there. But it's about wisdom in preparation for anything that can happen to us over time. As I mentioned, my family may have had a certain circumstance at that point in time, but they did well to ensure that they're able to prepare for such eventualities, and that's what we should be doing. Faith and finance are not separate. Gone are the days where we thought that the most holy person in the church was the one that had unpolished shoes. Did you get that? Yeah, sometimes you can have nicely polished shoes, a very nice suit on you, and still be a faithful steward of God. And so it's very important that we are able to think about these things. And good stewardship today enables greater impact tomorrow. If you're able to save a lot, if you're able to invest a lot, if you're able to grow your wealth over time, then we won't have to have this conversation, isn't it? Because all of you will be doing great things and leaving a greater impact for tomorrow. So with these very few words, thank you for your attention, and I hope you got some ideas about how to grow your wealth over time. And please do feel free to visit the desk outside there, even as you gain more insight about capital markets in Zambia. Thank you all.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah. Do we have any questions for Elijah? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we'll start there.
Good afternoon, Elijah, and congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you, thank you.
I've been wanting to talk to you for some time, and I hope I could set up a meeting with you maybe during the course of the week. With regard to capital, do I need to introduce myself? Or it's okay. It's okay. Yeah? Okay.
Like which stand, I think they would like to see you on the screens.
Apologies for that. My name is Pumza. I've tried to look at capital markets, in particular shares and stocks and equity as well. And I've tried to visit some of these companies that, like the brokers, equity fund, like African Life, trying to understand fully. And I've come to realize that in a way, sorry for saying this, maybe it could be due to my ignorance, buying shares is slightly more of gambling, but in a diplomatic way. Let me qualify my statement. In that, as you put in your statement there, you had said that there is a risk because it fluctuates. It can go up, it can go down. And you're looking at capital gains and also looking at the dividends. Now, if you look at our stock exchange in Zambia, of course, now it's doing very well. But at the same time, for a very long period of time, it was not doing as good as it is now, but it still has a lot more to do. Okay? What I mean is that I'm starting, I put in a little bit of money, maybe say, because I don't have much excess money, I put in maybe 5,000 to 10,000. And when I look at that, maybe in a medium to 10 plan, it not give me a lot of capital, dividends. And in fact, capital gains may not be a lot. And when I'm looking for information, when I try to talk to these brokers, you find that they will not give you that much information. What they'll be telling me about is something that I know, and I'm like, I think I can do this without them. But of course, the law requires me to have them for me to do that. Then when you read about books, you discover that the books that you're reading, basically, they're talking about those stock exchanges that are well established, like the New York Stock Exchange, you look at the London. Even Warren Buffett is talking from a perspective from an American economy, where he talks about companies, what you look, and when you look at our Zambia, you try to apply those ones, they're a bit difficult. My question is that, how can we get more knowledge that we do not invest in something that we do not understand? And does our capital, if I'm starting right now, stocks and equity, can it give me some good wealth that I can use to invest in other ventures? I bear in mind that, of course, these are long-term investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We had another question. I saw another hand. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. So my name is Justin. My surname is Kabandula. This question is going to my leader. I'm a trained financial advisor and a stockbrokers consultant. I did this training last year, and I wanted to find out from you, the program that the SEC is doing together with the Pensions College, where they are training people to become financial advisors. I'm in the field where I talk about retirement preparation, and I have written a book about it. And we've been investing in shares with my wife because it would be very unfair for me to retire very badly after after all that. So part of my retirement plan is to invest in shares, and we've been doing that with my wife for some time now. It's a 10-year plan, and we are thinking our 4th year. So far, the journey has been very good. I think I would have answered this question, but I would not. I think I leave it to you. So now my question is, those trainings the SEC is doing with pensions, a college to train people to become financial advisors, out here, how are we allowed as non-financial personnel to get financial licenses? Because I'm a medical personnel myself, but out of interest, I went to do that training. Yeah, and I'm a certified and trained financial advisor. But even when I'm talking to people about these things, I fear, I have my limits because I'm like, SEC can grab me on this one. Yeah. Then because I've noticed a lot of scammers, like what happened last year, Zambians are being scammed a lot. There's a Jinx company, invest and bring your friends. In 24 hours, you make 10,000. And we're quick to go for those things. So now, it hurts a lot. And I would want to speak more about these things, but I'm worried to say, so do I get my license for that? And if I can get my financial advisory license, what is the process? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Okay, 2. Okay, thank you. So the last question was about how to gain wealth over time and whether stocks are working, and is it gambling because we only have how many? Is it 20 something shares, right, on the LOSE? We may not have as many options in Zambia. That I will give you. But the good thing is that we're getting more options. I think there was a listing recently of .com Zambia. They provide some IT services. And now there's another one coming up, Clapton Re. It's a company that offers insurance to insurance companies. So it's a reinsurer. So options may not be many, but it's growing. And why I mentioned that it's always important to consider other options beyond what you have. And then I was also going to say that, to your point, it's not important, it's not good to look at the price of a share and say, okay, I'm going to buy it. What do you know about the company? How do they make their money? Are you paying the right price for it, right? And that's what people like me are paid to do. We go every day to work, we analyze these companies, we look at the price. Is this price worth it? Should it be lower or should it be higher? If it is trading at a price that's lower than what you think the value is in the company, then you buy it because you think that over time it will grow in value, isn't it? I know of a person beyond my work that I do. I know of a person. He's an individual investor. He used to work as a lecturer at UNZA, and the man, he wasn't from the profession of finance, but he used to invest. He used to get advice, go to AGMs, get more information about the company. And sometimes when a certain company, I won't mention the name as well, when a certain company that's listed on the LOSE pays dividends, he receives more than 2 million kwacha per year. 2 million kwacha per year. Some of the jobs that we have in here may not be able to give us 2 million kwacha per year because some of it will actually be taxed, isn't it? Right? But these are people that were growing their money over time slowly. So what am I trying to say? Yes, we may not have many options, and yes, we shouldn't invest in the price in a company because the price is at a certain level, but we should always seek the advice of someone that is trained to do the job. Like a doctor is trained to be a doctor, to administer medicine and find out what's wrong in your body. So are financial professionals. They have licenses for it, right? So either do that, get a financial advisor. It might cost you some money for some. Others may be free if you're friends with certain people, but it might cost you some money. The second route is to get into a fund that is already doing that. So I know of a number of unit trusts that have invested in shares already. And once you invest in there, you get your money, but there are there are fees that are paid on that fund that are always less than what you're getting out of it. And maybe that's the cost of you actually being able to invest in such things. So we can talk furthermore, and I'll be able to advise you on some of the funds that are there around our country. But yeah, that's the cost of investing. You need to be able to seek proper financial advice or learn over time these skills like my brother did. And then coming to my brother, for you to be able to be a financial advisor in Zambia, you need to be licensed. Just like, the doctors, whenever they want to be licensed, they go through UNZA, and then after they graduate, they get that practicing license, isn't it? If it's the lawyers, they go through ZIALI, right? Same thing with financial advice. You need to do the stockbrokers course, but you also need to learn a lot more beyond the stockbrokers course, because certain things that are learned over time may not be covered in that course alone. So you need to be able to be invested in terms of financial knowledge. And then once the right time comes, if you feel you're ripe for it and you can apply for licenses, most people, first of all, have to stop through Capital Markets Association of Zambia. You get your license there, you pay the fee that's required, both for the company that you're registering as well as an individual. And then once you do that, you get those papers and present them to SEC. There's a rigorous process that you have to follow for you to be able to get your license. So that's the advice I would give you. It doesn't stop you from applying for that, but you also need to learn a lot more within the field so that you can give the best advice possible. I hope that answers your question.
All right, a round of applause for Elijah Kabaso, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Elijah, for that presentation. I hope that we have all picked something and we have learned something as well from this conversation that we didn't know. Now, the next conversation and the next speaker has mentioned something to me that's very interesting. And what we're doing now is what she will be speaking on is practical experience of building a family business. Practical experience of how to build a family business. So she has asked me to invite the board directors from her company to come in front as well, which are her children, as she will be presenting. And then they will also have a part to present as she will be speaking to this. So the speaker I am speaking about right now is Mrs. Harriet Banda. A brief biography into who she is. So Harriet Banda is an entrepreneur and business owner with over 2 decades of experience in trade and retail. She is the founder and proprietor of Cuckoo's Boutique Limited, a business that began in 1996 and has grown into a recognized retail brand. I think all of us that have passed through any mall have seen this brand. So she has previously worked at the National Provident Fund, now NAPSA, and More Poultry Limited, where she gained valuable professional and administrative experience before transitioning fully into entrepreneurship. Harriet Banda completed her secondary education at Matera Girls Secondary School and later pursued further studies in human resource management, earning a diploma while raising a young family and building her business. Over the years, she has successfully operated and expanded Cuckoo's Boutique across several towns in Zambia. Her business journey is defined by resilience, discipline, and consistent reinvestment, having grown from informal trading to multiple physical retail outlets and international sourcing. So, as I invite her to the front, I also invite her children, Mwenzi Banda and Chikakula Banda, to come and take a seat in front. A round of applause for Mrs. Banda, ladies and gentlemen.
afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very difficult to speak when other powerful presenters have done so. I was thinking, while I was seated, I was thinking, can't I just pray and we go home? When I was approached, I'm not a public speaker, by the way. When I was approached, I wanted to reject, to decline here. So my daughter advised me that no, why don't you do it? You might be encouraging, you might be, encouraging someone. So, and that's how I agreed. And yesterday I had somebody who asked me a question: how did they convince you? Even this after, when we just went out for a 5-minute break, somebody asked me, how did they convince you? I'm sure the Spirit must have laid. Well, I think the moderator forgot to mention that I work for Cuckoo's Boutique Limited, and I think I've been the longest employee there. Cuckoo's did not begin the way you see it today. It began in 1996 with just one box of second-hand shoes. Yes. At that time, I was formally employed, and I sold the shoes during my lunch breaks and after hours. Mainly it was to my fellow workmates, my husband's workmates, and my neighbors. I would supply them on trust and would pay me at the end of the month when they received their salaries. The small system built on trust kept the business alive. In 2002, 20,000, sorry, my husband was transferred to Kitwe. I left my job. I was raising 2 children, and I enrolled to pursue a diploma in human resource management to further my career. But I did not stop business. When we arrived in Kitwe, I met my husband's cousin who was studying at CBU by then. And she's the one that introduced me to her friends. Okay, she did introduce me to her friends who would come home and, buy the shoes. And that's how the business continued in Kitwe. Demand grew, especially among the, okay, thank you. Demand grew, especially among the CBU students. I would wake up early in the morning, jump on a bus to Lusaka, buy the shoes, and jump back on the bus to Kitwe the same day. Yeah. I was still selling shoes from the boot of my car. As demand increased, I secured a stand at Sokoni Market and employed 2 gentlemen who were helping me. While in Kitwe, I began traveling by bus to South Africa, supplying small quantities of goods to Indian traders who would pay me after about 2 weeks. Those years taught me real business lessons, the ups and downs. I remember one day when I traveled to South Africa, I just arrived at the airport and was picked up by somebody who used to pick me actually when I'm in South Africa. He picked me up, and that time I had not informed him early to book a room for me. So when I arrived, I found that most of the rooms were fully booked. So we started, I think, moving from hotel to, another hotel. So foolishly, I left my handbag in the car. Are we okay? Okay. So when I left my handbag in the car, even when I knew that the crime rate in South Africa was quite high, I think we barely spent 3 minutes by the reception. When we came back, my handbag was stolen. My passport, the money, even the phone. It was so devastating. My son, when I was preparing this, my son reminded me of another painful moment. One afternoon after collecting money and picking him and the sister from school, I went into a shop and left them in the car. When I returned, I found the entire day's collection was stolen. But even through moments like that, I prayed and kept moving forward. Through discipline and hard work, reinvestment of profits, I was able to acquire 3 Toyota Corollas, which I put on the road as taxis in Kitwe. In 2004, my husband was transferred again, and this time we moved to Livingstone. I didn't know many people there, and I could no longer give things on credit. So I decided that it was time to get a proper trading place. I then approached Zambia National Building Society for an office space. The manager initially refused. He told me the previous tenant had failed and he didn't want me to fail. But I did insist, and they offered me the space. It was a 3x4 meter shop, 3x4 square meter shop. Became the official Kuku's boutique. This was the true birth of the brand. Within a year, I moved to a larger space, which was formerly a bar. It was formerly a nightclub and a bar. I renovated it and traded there for several years. Later, my cousin introduced me to a lady who traveled to Thailand. She assisted me with the visa formalities, and this was my first trip to Asia, funded entirely by a business that had started with 1 box of second-hand shoes. In 2011, my husband was transferred again for the last time. And we moved back to Lusaka. To be honest, I did not want to move. My business in Livingstone was doing very well. I'd invested in real estate and I'd established roots. But I prayed about it and chose to trust that this was God's plan. So shortly after arriving in Lusaka, I opened a store at Woodlands Shopping Mall. I then saw opportunity in Lusaka and began expanding. At one point, I had 8 stores operating across Lusaka, Kitwe, Livingstone, and Choma. Unfortunately, the Livingstone store, the very place where Cuckoos had officially begun, was destroyed by a fire that started in the neighboring shop. Some goods were recovered, but they were permanently damaged by smoke. It was painful, but it was not the end. So actually, I think I would want to make mention that when I started selling Salaula shoes, my husband had a managerial position in the bank. The time we moved to Kitwe, he was a branch manager. So I could have hoped to be a full-time housewife, raising 2 little children. Of course, enjoying the DSTV, changing channels, watching in Sindingo. Yes. That time there was no Mpali. Yes. And what came to my mind this morning is I've been in contact with a lot of friends who would spend their time watching TV. They're comfortable. Their husbands are taking care of them. My husband, we were comfortable enough. I'm not saying we had a lot of money, but we were comfortable. We would afford to take care of us and with the children. But because I think whilst I was growing up, I admired good life. Yes, because you can only enjoy good life when you have money, isn't it, Dr. Kabani? Yes, so that's what I really wanted, for myself and my children. Before I can conclude, I would like to share a few lessons this journey has taught me, both as a businesswoman and as a mother. First, I learned that persistence and consistency matter more than speed. Nothing in my journey happened overnight. Progress came step by step. While raising children, studying, moving cities, and starting over than once. Many days were exhausting but consistent. But even when results were small, is what carried me forward. Secondly, being a mother taught me discipline, patience, and responsibility. And those same qualities built the business. I did not wait for a perfect condition. I worked with what I had in the season I was in. Through business, I don't know if I can say this. Can I? Don't misunderstand me. Yes. Through business, I was able to build a home for my parents. And invested in property. These investments were not just achievements, they were lessons in reinvestment and diversification. I learned that a business should not only generate income for today, but also create stability for tomorrow. This lesson became especially important during difficult seasons. During COVID-19, business was very tough. Customers stayed indoors, sales dropped, and rentals remained high. Even at some point, the church had closed. At one point, I was on the verge of closing one of my shops. It was very discouraging. But I pushed through. The income from property helped supplement the business during that period and gave me the strength to keep going when it felt impossible. Another lesson I learned is that challenges do not mean failure. They are part of the journey. Every season, good or bad, carries a lesson. What matters is choosing not to give up when things become uncomfortable. Well, maybe to every woman and mother here today, I want to say this: your responsibilities do not disqualify you; they prepare you. And as I conclude this morning or this afternoon, I'm reminded of Romans 8, verse 37. No, in all these things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. To be victorious, we must persevere against all odds. No one becomes a conqueror without first having something to conquer. May the Lord grant us the tenacity and the faith and the strength to withstand every challenge that comes our way. Thank you.
I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. That was exceptionally done for somebody that says they're not a public speaker. I think she did very well. We agree? She did very, very well. I, for one, am inspired. I hope that anybody else out there that is building a brand, for the woman out there that is also being a mother and, you know, starting up, I hope that you have picked something to inspire you. So I'm going to pick two questions. One here. Any woman with a question? Okay. So we'll start there and come here.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been told to go straight to the question, but I would like to say thank you for sharing your story. It's been really inspiring. My question is, what kept you going through the tough times? I think your story is a true reflection of resilience and hard work. So what kept you going through the tough times?
Thank you for that question. And one more question here.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for your presentation, ma'am. My question is concerning dealing with a family business. I think it's one paradox you have done. Some people say do not incorporate family in business, but yours is a family business. So how did you go about that, incorporating family members? I see your children are board of directors. So how then do you know which family members to put in? Do you train them? How does that dynamic work?
Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
I think we'll start with the second question.
Hi. Okay, so
This is a
okay,
direct-
so I'm Chikakula. I'm firstborn son for Harriet Banda. Yeah. So to answer your question, so for the family business, basically my mom, since Livingston, when the shop first opened, she started employing relatives. So she would employ her close cousins, nieces, nephews, and she also does the same here. Let's say they're on holiday from school, uni, she hires them, gives them a job for the holiday periods. And then, yeah, that's how we've incorporated family into that. And then, as for us guys, close family, I handle admin and tenders, government tenders, admin. Yeah. And then my dad handles finance. My sister handles product sourcing for the ladies and men. Yeah.
I think as I had earlier stated that it wasn't easy. There were times that I felt like giving up, but I think what kept me were prayers. And I always, when things got tough, I would always pray and ask God, which direction now? And there are certain times that we've opened a store, and for some reason it's not doing well. We would give it some time and then maybe, decide whether we can keep it or not. I don't know if I've answered your question. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mom. So,
I've been asked a question, a question, why we closed our stores on Saturdays. I'm a Seventh-day believer. Yes, and I believe in resting on the Sabbath, because this is the day that the Lord yes. Maybe I can, when I started opening in Lusaka, it was a bit of a challenge because most of the shopping malls would not accept us to close the store on Saturday. So when I approached Woodland Shopping Mall, they informed me that the landlord would not agree. When I was given a list, the draft list, I checked that the shop is supposed to open 7 days a week. And I informed them that I will not open the shop on Saturday. I would pray about it, and I would ask God to fight the battle for me. But one particular one was at Manda Hill. Because when I had applied at Manda Hill, it was the same response. They didn't want to take somebody who was going to be closing the shop on Saturday. But I really insisted that I wanted to be there. So the management said they had no powers until the landlord comes in. So they set an appointment with the landlord. I informed my husband, but that particular day my husband was very busy. So he had asked me to just go and meet them and just to tell them exactly. So I kept on going through what to tell them. So when that day came, the landlord was in, the directors were in from South Africa as well. I went to the boardroom, but before that I had prayed about it. I went to the boardroom, and the first question was, where else are you operating from? I told them I'm at East Park, Woodlands, I think at McKinney Mall that time. Then they asked me a question, are your shops closed on Saturdays? Then I said yes. And that was the end of the meeting. Up to today, I have no issues. I close the shops on Saturdays, and we only work 6 days a week. But God has been faithful. Yes. He's been faithful in such that from selling, from the working customers, we are able now to supply big institutions. We do participate in tenders that are floated on the EGP, as Dr. Cavani had said. And it's been amazing. My son, I actually want to thank my son. He's been very good at that. He does everything in terms of tenders. And rarely do we fail. Yes. And yeah, I think we've got a workforce of about 20. Yes. And we are good stewards. Thank you. Friends, would you want to say something?
okay, a round of applause for her once again. I think it's very rare that you hear of a business that has succeeded and they don't work on Saturdays. And it shows the strength and the capabilities that are there. And then also hearing her thank her son for handling the tenders, that tells you how important it is to incorporate family to a certain extent and grow with your family together. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an extremely insightful conversation today. I believe that we have learned quite a lot. Raise your hand if you haven't learned anything. Raise your hand if you have. It has been absolutely amazing to learn and hear from everybody that has been here today. But I have one question to all the speakers, and I would like for each of them to close along this. And I know that they've touched on financing a little bit, but I find this to be something very cardinal in terms of who we are as Zambians and character-wise. And this is the issue of debt. So now, Elder Katongo, Dr. Cavani, Mrs. Banda here, they've all touched on financing and how important it is. But I would just like us to conclude in terms of how exactly it is important to handle debt in a good way and why we must, as individuals and stewards, handle debt in a way that allows for us to grow and use it as a stepping board to success. So for this question, I'll start with Elder Katongo, and then we'll go to Dr. Kabani, and then we'll end with Mrs. Banda.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, it's a very important question. For your information, I think the capital markets are here. Zambia is one of the, according to assessments, countries that is high default risk at individual level as well as at some level. And that's why it cascades into very high interest rates and very stringent hedging mechanism to protect the lenders. If you are in microfin business, which I'm involved in, you understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, literally the collateral is up for sale, unlikely to recover the funds that have been borrowed. So, and this is because we are so loosely termed emotional when it comes to borrowing for business. We rarely do a lot of work to distinguish between the actual business borrowing versus our emotional appetite for spending when funds hit. Before the funds hit the bank account, or now the mobile money account, our plans are perfect. The moment it hits, for some reason the numbers stop going through. I think whereas we can get through for the first time, we have killed our business growth because of that attitude. So it's very crucial that when you borrow the funds for business, you still don't have the money. It should be strictly for business, and you need to put in a lot of money. Now there are quite a number of consulting firms that are bridging the borrowers and the lenders in protecting both parties so that the business is also protected and applied. I've seen a lot of people, families and whatnot, that have lost their investment in terms of property because of careless borrowing. A lot of them they have lost. And they had good business opportunities, well miscalculated, such that even when the order went through and they even purchased, somebody took 2 years to pay. Interest escalated to the mountains and blues. When you are paid from the same order, you can't pay back the lender because the money is wiped off by the interest calculations. So we have a lot of mismatch of the borrowing versus the business that we want to apply. You are borrowing a short term for long term business, or the other way around, and it has really messed us up. So you really need to be careful as you venture into borrowing funds to apply for business, so that you protect yourself, you protect your business, as well as protecting your lender, but importantly, making very clean profit out of it. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria, let's talk about debt. How has using good debt worked out for you, for example? Can we, if it has?
Using debt, like I borrow money from someone, how has it worked out? Okay, so firstly, I wouldn't encourage startups to borrow money if they're not sure, because you're still not sure if your business is really going to sell out. So I've only used debt when the business is already there. The first time I got debt, it was the first and last, was when we already had a deal, it was already signed, and we knew when we were going to be paid back. And so we borrowed money with, while even the owners knew that we already have the business. And I think that made it easy for us to borrow because they already saw the tender deals and everything was approved. So I haven't really borrowed money aside from that.
I think what we can pick from what she has said is that it's very important to pay back your debt when you borrow that money, because that's the only way that lending institutions will be able to pay you back. Now, from the capital market, I know that there's lending institutions. What is the goodness of having a good debt track record as you are operating and growing your business?
Okay, thank you for that question. It's a very interesting question. You know, when you go to South Africa, you're not able to buy much because they want to, first of all, they promote people buying things on credit, like even your phone, your clothes, everything, right? But they also want to look at your credit score. They want to see how often you honor your debt obligations whenever they fall due. And that's something that banks, microfinance, and every other institution in Zambia wants to ensure that they have captured the right kind of behavior. So we have institutions like the Credit Rating Bureau Agency. These are people that track, you know, all the information that you have at the bank. If you've gotten a loan before, they'll be able to track. And this filters even into how much you're going to pay on your debt whenever you get it. So there are people, because they miss some interest payments, when they go to the bank, they tell them, for you, we'll lend it to you at 31%. But others, because you know they're consistent payers whenever interest falls due, and you're told when you're getting your contract for the loan that you have to pay your interest on 31st or 29th or 30th of every month. Please make sure that the money is there, because all these things have a filter effect into how much expensive your money is, and also, you know, for people that are trying to raise up businesses and all these things, how much you're going to pay as expenses for all the money that you bring in. I hope that answered the question. Thank you.
That sums it up perfectly. And then I'm going to come here and I'll finish with Dr. Kabani. So, Mom, in terms of using debt, what is one lesson you can give to anyone out there that has a business in terms of how they can use debt and its value to growing?
Thank you. I think the advice I would give is don't borrow to to finance your lifestyle. Borrow to invest. Yes. So there are certain situations when we've got a big order and we don't have much. Like maybe if we are given a 25% as down payment, then that is not enough for us to satisfy the order. We do borrow from the bank and pay when the payment is done. So don't go and borrow when you see a brand new Mrs. Banda driving a brand new Benz. The money is coming from Cocos, and you go and borrow. No.
Thank you very much. Don't borrow to finance your lifestyle. And in closing, Dr. Kabani, in terms of debt, I'll leave it open. what is your comment in terms of using debt as a Zambian? I'll leave that open.
Thank you, my leader. I think my focus mainly will be on SMEs because I think that's the area that is struggling firstly, mainly with debt. The default, I was having a chat, I think, with the director, CEC at some point. They're facing a high default rate on those loans. They're actually repossessing, you know, farms, properties, and all that from many people that get there. Where is the problem? I think the problem of debt begins firstly with financial literacy. Commit yourself to financial literacy. Financial illiteracy is very costly. So at a personal level, let us commit ourselves to that. Be in the habit of buying and reading books about money. Many of us can read novels the whole night, and yet we have read very little about money. Somehow we do have a high affinity for things that are not important. I have come to realize that we all read. The difference is what we read. Actually, nobody sleeps without reading because many of us here have been on Facebook this morning and are on WhatsApp currently. Everything happening there is reading. If you can compile, you will realize you have read 60 pages in a day. Only that it is junk from the beginning to the end. Buy books and read, especially on finances. Finances run everything about us. Coming to the SMEs in terms of debt, number one, do not borrow for a prospective business, no matter how brilliant the idea. Don't go and borrow money to say, no, I hear that in Kasumbalesa, goats are moving. Don't go and borrow and say, no, I've heard Siavonga Kapenta. You don't borrow for an idea, except people maybe that have been in business for long. Number two, if your business has run, like Elder Katongo mentioned, by the way, I appreciate my elder. These are people we look up to and that have mentored us. In terms of your business, if your business has run for less than 4 years, don't borrow anything. You are digging a grave for that business. Now, revenue in business can be seasonal. The fact that you are selling duvets very much in June, don't think you can borrow in July to pay in August because no one buys a duvet in August. You realize the revenue you are seeing was because of the season. An established business is a business that has been operational for more than 3.5 years. That's the business that should borrow. As you borrow, when you look at your cash flow, your monthly cash flow, do not get a loan that requires payment above a 35% of your monthly turnover. Otherwise, you are running yourself again in a grave. Then understand, there's something which Dakatongo mentioned very quickly. Understand short-term loans, mid-term loans, and long-term, and what each of these is supposed to finance. When you mix those, you head in trouble. So all in all, there's a lot that can be said, but maybe the summary is, let's buy books on these issues and read. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that brings us to a close of this conversation today. I hope you have picked something from it. I have. My name is Harvey Gambwa. I've been your host. At this moment, I'm going to call Elder Gondwe to give us a closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Okay. Allow me to once again thank you for being in attendance for this program. And special thanks go to our speakers for the day. Esteemed speakers, may we give them another round of applause. Yeah, we were strategic in the way we chose the speakers. This was a build-up to what we did last year, and I hope it has benefited the audience. Did we benefit? Hands? Yeah. So my elder was just whispering to say, but by the way, this is in the strategic plan for Brentwood Drive, SDA Church. So all things being equal, expect us to be having these empowerment programs like annually. God allowing, maybe we'll look for bigger venues and other sponsors. I was being asked about these people here. So capital markets, when they wrote feedback to us, they were actually willing to help us in other areas that we would like to be helped in. And I think I've also been approached by a number of business entities and the like, but then being a church that it is, we were reluctant to admit other people who had not yet been cleared by the church. But the thing is, we really appreciate, and we're hoping that this can be a launch pad to things that are greater going forward for the church. I know that the Adventist church circles are benefiting from this. I can see a good number of people whom I know from other congregations who are here. Others, they are also coming from non-Adventist churches. We thank you that you've been able to come through. We know that you're very busy people. Allow me to also make mention that we were supposed to have a talk on transitioning your business, your agriculture, from just farming as a hobby into farming as a business. Elder Masunda was supposed to have taken us. Unfortunately, he was taken ill on Friday night. He was as at last night, even this morning, I was talking to him. He's still hospitalized, but he's much better. So he couldn't manage. I know there are people like him who may have come here to say, okay, we want to learn about agriculture, the opportunities in agriculture. And in Zambia, it's a low-hanging fruit. Okay? It's one of the first, I think, the top 3 sectors that are contributing to the GDP of this country. Okay? And the government is promoting agro-processing and other areas to do with that. We really promise that come next year or whenever we have another opportunity, we are praying God gives us an opportunity that we can have a speaker to come to speak to that. But then in the interest of time, I think we can call it a day for now. We thank the church for allowing us this opportunity yet again as stewardship department to be able to host this event. And as part of the church support, there's also a meal out there. I know that people may be diabetic and all that. They need some sugars to be replenished. There's a little something that we'll be sharing out there. We're good, mom, eh? Yeah. There's a thumbs up there. So what we'll do is we'll appreciate that for the sake of order, let's allow, first of all, our speakers to go in front. And then also there are senior citizens. I see my father there. He's from Charleston. There's Kennel there. I was told there was supposed to be some ZNS senior officials here. Are they here? Are they here? Or for security reasons, they are quiet. Okay, yeah. So, but otherwise, we thank you very much. And we pray that God blesses you with the knowledge that you've gained. Let it not just end here. Let's not just attend these workshops. When we hear these opportunities that are here or that are being offered out there, there's a lot going on in this country. They're talking about EGP. I sit on the other side where I work. I'm normally invited to sit as a finance person while procurement and their friends are doing what they're doing. And we have an idea of what happens. Even those issues they're talking about, how you easily lose tenders over little things, okay? We have procurement specialists in here and all that whom we can approach and they help you to push in tenders so that you're able to get what you're able to get. I've seen it for myself. People lose tenders just over silly things, where someone has not just attached a valid NAPSA certificate. and they lose out, and they are the lowest bidder. Good. Those prints you were talking about, nice profile and all that, but they don't have an APSA clearance certificate. And this is where now even issues of formalizing, making sure that everything is in order, those are very important. So what we are asking is, when we get the knowledge that we've gotten here, let's go and apply it. Okay? Let's not be comfortable running around with the chickens. Let's fly with the eagles. Are we together? Okay, thank you very much. Eldama people, you may come and pray for us. By the way, for those who came late, the pastor was supposed to be with us, our church pastor. Unfortunately, there's some conflicting issues. There's a funeral for one of our key members. Then also, I think is it conference or union? They have something also going on at Libala. So we've had to split ourselves. So the pastor obviously is grateful that you are here, and we've been able to have this event. So the elder will conclude and pray for us.
Thank you. We are praying. Our Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord, for this time you gave us to be enlightened, to learn about how to be industrious, how to create wealth, how to align ourselves with your principles in the Word of God. Lord, we have misrepresented you in so many ways by burying our talents. The gift of speaking, gift of the time, the energy, all these things you've given us that we've learned that others have used to improve their lives and the lives of those around them. Father, now that we know we are accountable, help us to make use of this light to become better Christians, better citizens. The nation we live in should benefit because we are there. Our employers should excel because we are working for them, just like Joseph and his father benefited those they worked for. We ask all this, Lord, and pray for everyone under the sound of my voice, that, Lord, they may begin this week with a renewed mindset, going forth to conquer, because they've been enlightened. We ask all this in Jesus' name with thanksgiving in our hearts. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. My brother, you may come and usher out the people with some gospel hymn. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Well, as we disperse, number 569 in the Seventh-day Adventist hymnal, Pass Me Not, O Gentle Savior. Pass me not, O gentle Savior.